goat to be kidding with this Atlanta neighborhood takeover. The day's best viral videos are next.
My name is Ron Hurt. I've been a retired engineer now for almost 25 years. I've been pursuing various hobbies requiring some dexterity. This model boat here that you see is almost completed, and I've done some painting and wood carving. I was totally tired. I mean, washed out completely. My upbringing was always on the natural side, medication only if necessary. And so it was just a natural inclination to take balance of nature. With the balance of nature, I got my even keel back. But the dramatic difference is endurance. The endurance impressed me more than anything. So I would definitely recommend it to anyone. I wouldn't do without it.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com, and don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code Fox News.
Stay tuned to find out how you can get 24 Alien Tape strips absolutely free. Introducing Alien Tape Strips, the double-sided, stick-anywhere reusable tape. Peel and it instantly locks into place without adhesives and glue. Watch. Alien strips bond instantly and hold strong to any surface. It's awesome. Best of all, Alien strips work dry and stay put even when they're wet. Then give it a twist and it comes right off. Alien strips use advanced grip technology. Just stick it in place and Alien strips defy gravity. And it works on all types of surfaces, indoors or out. No drilling, hammers, screws, or nails. Stick it with Alien strips. You'll use them everywhere. They're perfect for glass, hang hooks, and heavy towels in a flash. And Alien strips are reusable. Give it a rinse, and when they're dry, use them again. They're just as sticky and just as strong. Now you can hang, decorate, fix, and repair just about anything, anywhere. Use Alien strips to keep that carpet in place, or stay up to date with our double-sided reusable tape. You'll never lose another remote, or go crawling on the floor for a cord. Just peel and stick, and it'll stay stuck, inside or out. Alien strips are the pre-cut, double-sided reusable stick-anywhere tape that locks into place instantly with a million uses. You'll love it. Call or go online and get 12 small and 12 large Alien Tape strips for just $19.99. But wait, order now and we'll double the offer absolutely free. That's an additional 24 strips free. But we're still not done. We'll ship your entire order free. Yep, free shipping. You get it all. 24 large strips and 24 small strips for one low price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-419-8514 or order online at alienstrips.com. So call 1-800-419-8514. That's 1-800-419-8514 or go to alienstrips.com. Call now.
I've probably treated close to 1,000 patients with TheraWorks Relief. I've never seen anything that works quite as well relieving muscle spasms and cramps as TheraWorks Relief.
Get TheraWorks Relief today, available in stores everywhere.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief.
Reporting on the issues you care about.
There's a lot to cover, a lot of headlines.
Lots of news to talk about.
Watch America's Newsroom, weekdays at 9 on Fox News Channel.
Hi there, I'm Bob Eubanks. Hey, if you're over 60 and you've taken a bad fall or your balance isn't what it used to be, well, you can get your independence back with 60 Up.
60 Up is a first-of-its-kind balance building system designed to restore your stability with simple steps that mimic everyday movements. If you're over 60, there's a 1 in 4 chance you'll suffer a crippling fall. You'll regain your mobility, and you'll begin to see the difference in as little as 3 weeks. It's time to reduce your risk of falling with 60 Up. Steps like these, performed on a safe, dynamic platform, actually retrain your sense of balance.
The program is designed to get you off of the board and out side.
Thanks to 60 Up, I can now do things I never thought I would be able to do again.
Building that balance can have an incredible benefit, and they can start enjoying a quality of life that they thought was never going to be possible.
Call now 1-800-219-0786 to get a special introductory offer, or go to 60up.com.
Goats on the loose, a herd of them running wild through the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta. Bystanders sharing videos on social media and calling police to report this odd sight, with responders connecting the dots to a nearby goat farm. But here's what had happened. The goats were apparently taken to a local grocery store to eat the weeds in a parking lot, but then broke free and just enjoyed a morning on the run before they were captured and returned home. No goats or humans were injured. And this football team getting real creative with their sideline celebrations. Check it out. The University of Florida Gators' so-called Juice Boys, seen here creating a human bike ride, cycling to the sidelines to celebrate their victory. That takes teamwork. And check out this TikTok going viral tonight. A fearless 4-year-old who, by the way, happens to be a huge fan of Mike Myers, of horror film infamy. Birthday girl Aria Alvarado, seen here running into the arms of a Myers impersonator. At least, I don't think it was him. I think it was an impersonator who made an appearance at her Halloween-themed party. She kept saying, I love you, to Mike Myers. Okay, happy birthday, Aria. Glad you had fun. And in Colorado, a mom trying not to panic when her 3-year-old accidentally got her head stuck between 2 bars of a railing at their apartment complex. Watch as body cam footage shows Sergeant Michael Marquez and Officer Jordan Kyle using a battering ram to try to pry open the bars, freeing the little girl's head. Thankfully, she was not injured, and after she got out, she said she felt, quote, oh, so nice. And finally, who knew humpback whales had moves? Alice Edger and her husband, David, who, by the way, happens to be an underwater photographer, were following a group of whales off the island of Tonga when the curious calf became very interested in her, swimming up to Alice and mimicking her moves around the shallow reef for almost an hour like they were dancing together. Beautiful. If you've got a viral video you want to share, hit us up at Shannon Bream or at Fox News Night on social media. The annual congressional baseball game is Wednesday, and it is an increasingly rare opportunity for lawmakers to leave partisanship at the door and come together for a common cause. Congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has a preview tonight.
It's Democrats versus Republicans, just like in Congress, but on the diamond. The game returns after the pandemic sidelined the 2020 tilt.
It is a great tradition. So this is my 24th game.
Wow.
And I've loved every one of it.
The game raises money for 4 charities, including the U.S. Capitol Police Memorial Fund. But the game took on a new meaning in 2017.
I am told that Steve Scalise, the majority whip, was shot in the hip.
The gunman tried to murder Scalise, 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers, and others at a 2017 Republican practice.
4 years ago, I was laying out on that ball field. I didn't know if I was going to make it through the day, and God performed a lot of miracles.
Scalise recovered and played the next year.
He started the first inning on defense at second base. There was a line drive shot to second. Steve Scalise fielded it, threw it to first for the out, and the crowd went absolutely crazy.
The lawmakers play for keeps practicing at dawn.
It is very competitive. We're always teasing each other when we go into the elevators, down the hallways, how this is going to be our year.
The games are intense with hard slides. Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown broke the hand of late Representative Mike Oxley in the 1994 game. But the game helps bridge partisan divides.
It was a Republican who invited me to Afghanistan to visit our troops on a Republican-led delegation. That would not have happened had it not been for baseball.
Famous members sometimes play. Major League All-Star Vinegar Ben Mizell pitched for the Cardinals, Pirates, and Mets before pitching for the Republicans as a congressman from North Carolina in the 60s and 70s. The father of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi used to play. That's late Maryland Representative Tommy D'Alessandro at bat. Democrats lost their pitching ace this year. Former Louisiana Representative Cedric Richmond can't play now because he's an advisor to President Biden. Shannon?
Chad Pergram, thank you so much. By the way, Wednesday's congressional ball game can be seen on FS1, 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, I want to bring back Kevin Cork for another interesting survey tonight. We do like to talk about food, but the other part of that is we got to talk about working out as well. Yep. And Kevin, I hear that you have found the best motivational workout songs of all time. What do we need on our playlist?
Okay, it's kind of it depends on your perspective. I'll just say it this way. I can promise you this. Listening to motivational music like, say, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, well, it actually helps, Shannon, runners combat mental fatigue. This according to a brand new study. So maybe that is the best workout song that is of all time. This is by the University of Edinburgh, and the experts found that if you have a playlist that includes like songs like that from 1982 and other motivational songs, it actually helps you on the running test after a mentally draining cognitive test. These things really do build and boost you up. By the way, on their playlist, they had, in addition to Eye of the Tiger, they had No One Knows by Queen of the Stone Age, Run This Town by Jay-Z, and Power by Kanye West. That study again published in the Journal of Human Sport and Exercise. So I just want to ask you, right out of the gate, what song gets you going, or what couple of songs get you going?
You know what? I would have said, without knowing this, Eye of the Tiger, because I've got it on my running playlist, and the rule is even if I've stopped to like catch my breath or stretch or do something, if that song comes on, then I have to run. I have to sprint.
Oh, I kind of like Eye of the Tiger. You know what gets me going is I like Sandman, Enter Sandman by Metallica.
That'll do it.
Gets me going. That Fight the Power, Public Enemy, and Public Service Announcement. I always love that one too.
Yeah, I like Cult of Personality. I think it's a good one.
It's a really good one.
And I have the Kanye and Jay-Z songs. I don't have the Queens of whatever other one. I'm apparently not cool enough to know what that one is, but I think together we can get out there and get it going.
I totally agree. And by the way, when I come back later, I've got a great Good News Good Night. And in the meantime, while you're doing your segments, I'll be listening to some great songs.
And doing push-ups. Okay, Kevin Cork, thank you so much. See you in just a few.
See you in a few.
So a teacher told to remove a pro-police display. And Harry and Meghan accused of climate hypocrisy. The lightning round with talk radio host Jason Rance is next.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. New Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule clinically shown to cause fewer ulcers than plain aspirin. Vazalore is designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed, to give you the benefits of life-saving aspirin to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Try new liquid-filled Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
Oh, it looks like we're in a screensaver.
We need to go higher. Higher, definitely higher.
We're like yodeling high.
Yodeling? No, don't do that.
We should go even higher. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh. I'm good.
Me too.
Adventure has a new look.
Let's go lower. Lower.
That sounds good.
Discover more in the all-new Subaru Outback Wilderness. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep for most of my adult life. I wasted at least 2 hours a day of my life tossing and turning, trying to shut my mind down. Until about 2 years ago, that's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep. I decided to order it, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist and sleep expert Dr. Eric Ciliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's exclusive triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. I like that it's non-habit forming. It's made in the USA. There's simply nothing else like it. Relaxium Sleep comes with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. In fact, they're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. In the morning, my mind is sharp, and I've got energy that I enjoyed when I was younger. Both my wife and I have been paying customers of Relaxium Sleep for over 2 years now. And I know once you've experienced the amazing difference it can make in your life, you will be too. I trust my night to Relaxium Sleep. And so should you. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. That's 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. Fall asleep, stay asleep, wake refreshed with clinically proven Relaxium Sleep. Act now.
You'll be glad you did.
Trust United Relaxium Sleep.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Smart News.
I was only watching news I agreed with.
I was only getting news from social media.
Now, I use Smart News.
It has news from all sides.
I trust Smart News.
Download Smart News for free today.
It wasn't long after I had joined Golo before I had to start buying new pants. Golo changes your whole lifestyle and it changes the way that you think. You don't have to deprive yourself of anything.
Go to golo.com to lose weight and get healthier.
This is how you find an amazing restaurant. This is how you get there in style. And this is how you make sure you don't miss a thing. Introducing the new self-fitting, direct-to-consumer Bose sound control hearing aids. They pair with the Bose Hear app, the first self-tuning mobile app that's clinically proven to provide audiologist-quality customization for adults with mild to moderate hearing loss. We're putting hearing.
A teacher at a Washington State middle school is reportedly being forced to take down a thin blue line flag in her classroom. She says it was meant to support the police, including her brother, but instead the school district is calling it a potentially disruptive political symbol. Let's begin tonight's lightning round right there with Seattle-based talk radio host Jason Reyes. Good to have you, Jason.
Thanks so much.
Now, you actually talked to the brother, this former police officer. She had started out with a sticker on her laptop. There was sort of a blow up over that. That blew over. She puts up the flag in her classroom. It sparks up again. Chris Sutherland, the brother, they told her it's controversial to have the flag up, that it makes kids and staff feel unsafe. There's also, she was telling me, BLM stuff hanging on the walls, which she was told is okay. Just for whatever reason, just the thin blue line flag cannot be hung up there. What can you tell us about this story?
Well, I mean, this is one of the more straightforward ones. You had folks who were claiming that somehow a thin blue line flag, a pro-police flag, would make people uncomfortable. They called it a political symbol, which is, of course, nonsense. It's not political to support police officers, although I suppose for some it could be, given the fact that politically speaking, so many people are going after cops. And I think that that is really what's behind this, the anti-police sentiment. There's no reason why you could be allowed to put up a BLM flag or an LGBTQ pride flag, which are up in the school, and yet a thin blue line flag goes too far. That doesn't make any sense. And when I asked the district directly why the disparate treatment in these three symbols, they don't answer. So that's usually a sign that they don't have an answer.
Yeah, if they're going to call one of those political, I think people could make arguments that all three of them were political. So please keep us updated on that story as it continues to play out. Meantime, I want to talk about this new study that is about students and free speech. A College Pulse survey talks about this, about having opposing viewpoints on campus and whether you're okay with it. 66% said that they thought it was acceptable to shout down a speaker they don't agree with. 23% thought it was acceptable to use violence against a speaker you don't agree with. And some 83% said that they self-censor their viewpoints because they're worried about being shunned or canceled because of what they think. What do you think of the numbers?
I mean, I think that's all terrifying. Greg Lukianoff is the president of the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. I did some work with them back when I was actually in college. And back in 2004, he gave me a quote that has stuck with me to this day. And I think it works here perfectly. Imagine the power to censor in the hands of your worst enemy. Right now, you've got progressive professors and, frankly, high school teachers as well, teaching kids that words are literal violence and that anyone who disagrees with them isn't just wrong, but they're a danger, they're fascists. And so when you demean political opponents that way, I think you're more likely to want to try to silence them or bully them and sometimes, use violence against them. You've been taught that they're a threat. And I think that, number one, that does a tremendous disservice to college life. You're supposed to be challenged. You're supposed to hear ideas that you disagree with. Right. But number two, it's creating an environment where I think we might see mutually assured destruction, where the only way to stop conservatives from being drowned out or bullied or attacked is to do liberals. I hope we don't get to that point. But right now, the progressives have power on campus, and we're seeing how they're abusing it.
Yeah, and both sides have to be willing to give space to those opposing viewpoints they don't agree with. If they're going to be fair and ask for it themselves, I would hope they would extend it to those they don't agree with. I mean, the idea that these kids think the First Amendment is a bad thing is sort of terrifying. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about Princess and Prince Harry and Meghan. They went to this big global thing in Central Park, a big concert. There was all kinds of talk about saving the planet and doing all kinds of things, getting rid of COVID. I mean, things that are noble aims. But Piers Morgan has this headline in the Daily Mail today. We need an urgent vaccine to save us from the Duke and Duchess of polluting hypocrisy, because apparently they went there. They talked about new eco laws to have U.S. emissions by 2030. But they were apparently flying back home on a private jet. I'm assuming that's how they got there. We don't know. Would have produced around 17 tons of carbon emissions for the flight, at least the way we know that they went home. What do you make of it?
I think this is about the virtue signal, the social currency that someone gets when they declare themselves heroes for standing up for the environment. But it's not about their habits. It's about your habits, my habits. You see, they need air conditioning. They need private jets. They're the messenger of change. And so because they're inspirational, they don't really have to abide by the same rules as you and I. And I think that that's really what this is about. This is about wanting to get extra credit for holding a position that they believe to be evolved. And it's not me saying the environment isn't important. I think it's incredibly important. I serve on an environmental board. But the difference is some people do things because they care about the environment. Others do it because they care about themselves, that they can post something on Twitter or on Instagram with the hashtag, I'm a hero. And the truth of the matter is they do a tremendous disservice to this cause, because when you're taking a position, and same with COVID, when people take positions, you've got to wear a mask all the time or you're going to die, and then you don't wear a mask, well, people are starting to wonder whether or not they should actually listen to you to begin with.
Yeah,
so
or whether you
that's
believe
what they're going to think here.
what you're espousing.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, Jason Moran, it's always great to see you. Have a wonderful week out there in the good old interesting Northwest. Well, the president steps up for his booster shot amid concerns about whether the administration is following the science or trying to influence it. Plus, a deadline for new vaccine mandates in New York that could leave hospitals dangerously understaffed. More on that next.
Every day can be extraordinary with rich, creamy, delicious Fage total yogurt.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
This is Iowa. We just haven't been properly introduced. Say hello to the place where rolling hills meets low bills, where our fields, inside and out, are always growing, and where the fun is just getting started. This is Iowa. So, when are you coming to see us?
At VisionWorks, we want you to feel safe, and we want you to see yourself in your new glasses and think, ooh. But if you get home and your ooh is more of a you have 100 days to change your mind. That's the VisionWorks difference. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Did you know color is vital to your health? I'm not talking about the color of the walls in your house or your car or your clothes. I'm talking about the color of the food you eat. A colorful diet is a part of staying well because many nutrients are color. The antioxidant lycopene is the red pigment in tomatoes and pink grapefruit. Chlorophyll is excellent for balancing pH and cleansing the body. It's the green in kale, spinach, and broccoli. Resveratrol decreases inflammation, and it's the purple in grapes and berries. Eating a wide variety of fruits and vegetables provides your body with diverse chemistry it needs to heal itself and stay well. Eat the peelings of things like apples and carrots and cucumbers. Balance of Nature is whole produce. It contains all the vital parts in balance. Color, taste, and smell keep you well, and that's what you get with Balance of Nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
Gutfeld in Nashville. All this week, we're taking over the Music City with the hottest topics, special guests, and the best crowd from the Listening Room Cafe. All this week, don't miss Gutfeld.
So I have peppers, tomatoes, parsley. What's that one? That's my credit. It gets lots of sun, water, and I even sing to it every day. But it never grows.
You need Credit Sesame. With Credit Sesame, you get your free score right away and see steps you can take to improve it. Daily score refreshes help track your progress, and they'll even pay you for growing your score.
Credit Sesame? Wow. Maybe I could start growing my savings there.
Get your free credit score today.
Having trouble getting help for erectile dysfunction?
Get help fast with Lemonade Health. Just answer a few questions. And they can send you medication so you can get better quickly. Visit lemonadehealth.com today.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries just so he could survive. Thanks to the American Heart Association's life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Finn got a second chance at life. Join us and learn more at helpheart.org.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40...
Let me guess, less energy, less drive?
Definitely.
It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age.
Happened to you guys?
Yep.
So what did you do?
We got Nugenix Total T.
To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, text ROO to 321321. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text for a complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text ROO to 321321. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. That's ROOM to 321321.
Fire crews say they've got a wildfire in Northern California about 50% contained. That blaze, which began last Wednesday, has scorched more than 8,500 acres and displaced thousands of residents. A 30-year-old Palo Alto woman was charged Friday with felony arson in connection with that. Investigators are now also looking for possible links to other fires in Shasta County and across the state. Authorities are looking for the cause of Saturday's derailment of a Chicago to Seattle Amtrak train. 3 people were killed and 7 others hospitalized. The train left the tracks after crossing a switch in a remote area of northern Montana. So the battles over vaccine mandates, masks, and now boosters continue to muddy the fight against COVID. But literal fights are also breaking out around the world against tough new lockdowns and mandates. So let's try to get you some facts by bringing in one of our world-class medical experts and Fox News contributors, Dr. Marty Makary. Welcome back, Doctor.
Good to be with you, Shannon.
So tonight at midnight, this new mandate went into effect in New York regarding healthcare workers there. The governor has now passed an executive order. She signed an executive order that will allow people to come in. Here's a little bit of the information that we have about who will be able to come in and work. Out-of-state healthcare professionals can practice in New York. Healthcare professionals licensed in other countries can come and practice in New York. Recent graduates and retirees who may not have their licenses yet deploy medically trained National Guard members and explore ways to expedite visa requests from medical professionals. There are nurses now openly expressing great concern about where this is going to leave them understaffed and with people who may not be familiar with, or licensed to practice in their hospitals.
Well, you cannot just swap people out in the hospital setting. Nurses have a lot of experience and there's institutional wisdom, and you learn the policies and procedures and emergency protocols. So there will be some unintended harm from just swapping out personnel. And look, these hospitals need to be more flexible and less rigid. We've seen some hospitals recognize natural immunity in the United States. That's what they need to do in New York.
I got to think a lot of these healthcare workers who were on the front lines, especially in a place like New York, which was just devastated in the early months of the coronavirus and lasting for several months. I got to think several of them do have natural immunity. Why is it that you think New York officials aren't willing to have at least a conversation about that?
Because it comes from on high, it's an edict. There's a small group of people making all the decisions medically in the federal government, and those doctors have just basically chosen not to acknowledge natural immunity. Also, don't expect Big Pharma to be talking about natural immunity.
Yeah.
It promotes the vaccine agenda. And by the way, you're right. These people risked their lives. Many of them got COVID. They were our heroes and still should be our heroes, and they're being treated very poorly right now.
Here's what the governor had to say yesterday about this. She went and spoke at a church, and she said, yes, I know you're vaccinated. You're the smart ones. But, you know, there's people out there who aren't listening to God and what God wants. You know this. You know who they are. I need you to be my apostles. Marty, you and I are both people of faith. What do you make of the governor invoking God or saying that he wants you to get vaccinated, and if you're not, then you're not smart?
Well, look, I think if you have understanding that natural immunity is ineffective, which is what many of our government physicians have been saying, then maybe that construct makes sense. But the reality is this is a failure of government, not a failure of science. The science is pretty clear. We just have to listen to it. And that means, you know, God tells us to listen to science, and that's what I think we should do.
Okay, so Congressman Thomas Massie, a Republican out of Kentucky, tweeted this. He says, talking about the situation in New York where they're potentially going to use National Guard members, says if a member of the Guard is a healthcare worker in his or her civilian capacity and gets activated by a governor to replace a private healthcare worker who was fired due to a vaccine mandate, how does that increase the number of civilian healthcare workers? It doesn't. I mean, to my understanding, it will be taking people out of, yes, their civilian roles and just moving them to another place. What then happens to the hole they leave behind by going on service?
Well, it does create a significant deficit. Remember, many communities, especially in rural areas, have had a tough time with staffing for a long time pre-COVID, and this is going to knock off some of that important staff that we need there. And you know, it's people forget we have been so short-staffed at so many hospitals in so many parts of the country before COVID. Now we're going to treat our healthcare workers like this for already being immune. It's going to create significant strain.
Yeah, and I think about the folks who are left there to staff these hospitals. You know, the nurses and doctors and people who are leaving say they feel terrible. They don't want to leave behind their colleagues with then these incredible added burdens. Quickly, Dr. Walensky, who heads up the CDC, said about these boosters, we've made it possible for people to be eligible, but they really have to identify their own individual risk and their own individual benefit. A lot of folks out there say they aren't being allowed to identify their own risk and benefit. Quick word from you on that.
Well, look, they basically left the door open for anybody who begs for a booster to get a booster. I think it's important for people to remember this is just with Pfizer where we see the waning immunity against severe illness. So it's only in people who had Pfizer vaccines where it may make sense if you're over 65. That's the group where I recommend boosters for now.
All right, Dr. Marty Makary, we always appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And some good news before we say goodnight. The Washington Capitals have a new addition to the roster, and he plays rough. Meet 9-week-old Biscuit. This service dog in training as part of the team's partnership with American Vets. They provide dogs to veterans and first responders with disabilities. Over the next year and a half, Biscuit will be learning basic training and social skills with the hockey team until the chocolate lab of adorableness is ready to move into his forever home. And Kevin, you know, I have a Biscuit bream at home who happens to be an English cream lab. This could be like a little chocolate and vanilla combination. I'm going to have to get a play date with the other Biscuit.
Combination.
I know,
like
they're so
you
cute.
and me. I think that's kind of cool.
Works so well together.
Works out perfectly. Let me take you quickly to the Golden State for this good news. Good night, my friend. A San Jose police officer there is being hailed as a hero tonight after rescuing a man from a burning car. On Sunday, a fire crew was en route to a collision that left a car engulfed in flames on the 101. Rookie officer Pedro Garcia got there first, pulled the driver to safety. Thank you, Pedro, for being a hero, or as some would even argue, an angel in the right place at the right time.
And being willing to be brave. What our men and women do in uniform, they run to the trouble every time. All right, Kevin, thank you so much.
You bet.
We'll do this again tomorrow night. Good night from Washington for now. I'm Shannon Bream.
Stay tuned to get 2 tack pens free. You heard that right. Free.
Everybody has a flashlight, but can your flashlight fit in your pocket? Light up the night super bright? And even save your life in an emergency? This one can. Nick Bolton here to tell you about the newest tack light innovation, the Bell & Howell Tack Pen. That's right, we made a tack light the size of a pen, yet without sacrificing any features. Visible up to 2 nautical miles away. Has a disorienting defensive strobe. Zooms in to focus its beam wherever you want. And won't quit even in the most bitter cold or extreme heat. And yes, it survived getting run over by my Humvee. Try that with a regular flashlight. Because it's so slim, it's easy to take with you. And it has a few new features you'll love, like an emergency escape tool that can shatter glass. It even has a built-in multi-tool for quick fixes. And oh yeah, it's actually a working pen. So let's review. The Bell & Howell Tac Pen has all the great features of our Tac Light. The same durability you come to expect. Clips to your pocket so you can take it anywhere. Can help you make quick repairs or break a window in an emergency. It even functions like a regular pen. There's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now to get your Bell & Howell Tac Pen for just $19.99. Tac Pen is the only working pen and super bright tac light featuring zoom and defensive strobe functions. Plus, it features genuine Bell & Howell craftsmanship, backed by our 10-year warranty. Order today and you can get 2 additional Tac Pens absolutely free. That's right, for a limited time only, you can get 3 Tac Pens for one low price, just $19.99. Get yours today.
To order, call 1-800-518-4798 or go to buytacpen.com. That's 1-800-518-4798, or you can order online at buytacpen.com.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-979-0270. That's 1-800-979-0270.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep until about 2 years ago. That's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. I find I've got more energy and focus. They're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. Call or log on right now and try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-322-0404 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Trust United Relaxium Sleep.
As someone with hearing loss, I know what a confusing and frustrating experience getting hearing aids can be. That's why I founded Lively. High-quality hearing aids with all of the features you need and none of the hassle. Lively offers Bluetooth-connected, FDA-approved hearing aids delivered to your door, sold at a fraction of the price with direct access to an audiologist whenever you need it. Better hearing has never been this easy. Try Lively risk-free for 100 days. Visit listenlively.com.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
If you're suffering from muscle cramps or muscle spasms, you need to try TheraWorks Relief. I've never seen a product that works as well for muscle cramps and muscle spasms. TheraWorks Relief really does work.
Get TheraWorks Relief today. Available in stores everywhere.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Tonight, happy Monday. Is God dead? That's the question that Time magazine famously asked way back in 1966 when Time magazine mattered. The answer then and now is no, God is not dead. But a lot of the people who believed in him are dead, turns out. Not so long ago, this was an enthusiastically Christian country. As recently as 2009, 77% of Americans told pollsters they consider themselves to be believing Christians. Then in just 10 years, over the course of the Obama administration, that number dropped by 12 points. Over the same period, the number of atheists and self-identified non-religious people in America jumped dramatically. And that was before COVID. Politicians used the pandemic across the country to close thousands of churches and throw Christians in prison for practicing their faith. Here was the scene, for example, last fall in Idaho, police arresting a congregation for singing hymns outdoors.
Praise him, all creatures here below.
Over to 2nd Street here.
Thank you for coming. Before your decisions, quick announcement. One, today, the committee was formed, the committee for referendum.
Trust in chariots and others trust in horses, but we recall the Lord our God, strong power.
Socially distanced hymn singing outside. So what exactly was these people's crimes? That tape will be studied by future generations of historians to try and figure out what was going on. What did these people do wrong? Well, they publicly affirmed their belief in a power higher than government. Not allowed. Fewer and fewer Americans do that or even think to. But that does not mean, and this is the critical point, that does not mean this has become a secular country. There are no secular countries, just as there are no secular people. Everybody believes in something. All of us are born with the need to worship. The question is what? So no, America's not lost its religion, it's just replaced its religion. What's dying is the faith that created Western civilization, Christianity. In its place is a new creed. And like all religions, it has its own sacraments, its own sacred texts. It's the cult of coronavirus. Kathy Hochul is one of the high priestesses of this new faith. She's the governor of New York. Now, no one voted for her as governor, and that seems odd for a politician. But it's typical for a faith leader. No one voted for Jim Jones either. Yesterday, Kathy Hochul held her first service as the leader of the New York Diocese of the Corona cult. Around her neck, she wore not a cross, that's yesterday's symbol, but instead a vaccination necklace. That necklace signified to the faithful gathered that Hochul has ascended to the select priesthood of those who have taken full intravenous communion. Listen to Bishop Hochul preach.
And I wear my vaccinated necklace all the time to say, I'm vaccinated. All of you. Yes, I know you're vaccinated. You're the smart ones, but you know there's people out there who aren't listening to God and what God wants. You know this. You know who they are. I need you to be my apostles. I need you to go out and talk about it and say, we owe this to each other. We love each other. Jesus taught us to love one another. And how do you show that love? But to care about each other enough to say, please get vaccinated because I love you. I want you to live.
How do you show your love to one another? The old way was to visit people, say, in the hospital as they died. That's no longer allowed. The new way to show your love is to get the vax. God himself wants you to take the vaccine. I need you to be my apostles, Hochul thundered. No one comes to the Father except through the shot. Sinners in the hands of an angry healthcare worker. At the pulpit, Kathy Hochul, not super bright as you may have noticed, seemed suddenly transformed. A transfiguration, if you will. Standing there, she wasn't merely a mediocre, unelected governor of a dying state with bad weather. No. Hochul was the vaccine messiah, preaching the undying word of St. Anthony Fauci. Can I get an amen, ladies and gentlemen? Now, it may sound unlikely to those of you used to the older faiths, but many are joining this new church. And for $39 right now on Amazon, you too can buy a sterling silver necklace that declares that you have been vaccinated. Literally declares it. Just spells it out in cursive. Vaccinated. There's no mistaking what an incredibly good person you are. Everyone will see it. You can also buy vaccination bracelets and vaccination pins and vaccination earrings, vaccination shirts, vaccination socks. It's all at Kathy Hochul's church gift shop. Go there today. And while you're shopping, be certain to pick up a Tony Fauci prayer candle. In fact, get 2. All good, decent people have more than one. For just $15 on Etsy, you can buy a patron saint of staying home prayer candle. That's a real thing. We read the reviews today. Here's one of them. Love it! Exclamation point. I think I may have to set up a little altar to place it on. Another exclamation point. There's a new convert. Here's another review from a woman called Kelly Hannon. Quote, I put this in my office. I work in public health, and this makes me smile every time I look at it. Of course it makes you smile, Kathy Hannon. Virtue is its own reward. Now, for those still making the tough transition from a traditional Western religion, a religion about God, to this new religion, which is not about God, it's really about you, and only you, and more of you, and you, you can pick up this masked nativity scene online. It looks conventional, but look closely. It features Mary, Joseph, and the baby Jesus, all with their faces covered, as they should be even in a manger. They're masked, just like you are. In this religion of narcissism, the holiest figures look exactly like you do. That's the point. We'll reach back 2,000 years and change the appearance of historical figures to look exactly like the people in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. That's what this religion's about. And speaking of babies, you want to celebrate your children's baptism by vax by purchasing a sacred text to memorialize this moment. We recommend this age-appropriate Tony Fauci coloring book. This book promises, quote, hand-illustrated coloring pages starring your quarantine dreamboat. Not surprisingly, the reviews online are glowing. Everyone loves it, with one exception. Of course, there's always an apostate, the kind of person burning steaks were created for. Here's what that nasty non-believer said in the snarkiest possible way. Quote, there's a section at the back of the book where kids color numerous pages solid black to help Dr. Fauci cover up his involvement in the pandemic. Yeah. Guess we know who to report to the religious police. For the rest of us, there's a cornucopia of Fauciana. It's all part of the practice of this young but growing faith. Soon, the especially devout will set out on pilgrimages to Wuhan, China, where the very first miracle of pangolin to human transmission occurred. Some believe a visit to the wet market will heal them. And who are we to say that it won't? You're not going to hear Joe Biden doubting this new religion. Joe Biden is its chief apostle. He knows that the kingdom of Corona can exist right here on earth and that it will endure forever. But first, everyone must convert. Every last person. This is an evangelical faith. It will be spread by the sword if necessary. Here was Joe Biden today.
How many Americans need to be vaccinated for us to go back to normal? Like, what is the percentage of total vaccinations that have to be deployed?
Well, I think we get the vast majority, like is going on in some industries and some schools, 97, 98%. I think we're awful close. But I'm not the scientist. I think, but one thing for certain, a quarter of the country can't go unvaccinated and us not continue to have a problem.
There he is, getting another shot, another. Why not? It's not just once a year. No, not for the devout. Some people take communion every day. Joe Biden would like to see everybody on board with this program. Everyone believing wholeheartedly in this new faith. He has called for 98% of the United States of America to convert, to get those shots. 1, 2, 3, maybe every Sunday. That's a lot. That's a big percentage of people. For context, according to the CDC, and we looked it up today, just 92% of American 2-year-olds are vaccinated against polio. And some say polio is almost as bad as corona. But here's the difference. Fighting polio was never a religion. It was just science. The whole project was overseen by a logical little man called Jonas Salk. Jonas Salk did not wear a vaccine necklace. He created the vaccine, but it never occurred to him to make jewelry out of the cause. No one lit candles in Jonas Salk's name. Jonas Salk's job was to stamp out a disease. And he did that. It never occurred to him to start a cult. Candace Owens is the host of Candace. She joins us tonight. Candace, thanks so much for coming on. Now, I have heard people say, and I think it's understandable, that the resurrection is ridiculous. Science shows that no one can rise from the dead. Compared to what we're seeing now, vaccination jewelry, candles in the image of Tony Fauci, how ridiculous is the resurrection, would you say?
Oh,
Wait, you're telling me you weren't converted by Kathy? You weren't converted by Governor Kathy when you were watching her speak? I was converted. I'm an apostle now, and let me tell you, everything she's saying is true. It's very clear, Tucker, in the Bible, for those of you who read, what did Joe Biden call it? Psalm? Yeah, the book of Psalm, our dedicated Catholic president. It tells you right there what Jesus Christ wanted was for us to get vaccinated. He also, by the way, wanted medical segregation, open borders, Hillary Clinton to win the 2016 election. I know it sounds like it's just exactly what the Democrats want, and they pretend that it's what God wants, because that's exactly what it is. And it's so foolish, by the way. We're talking about the Democratic Party. For her to invoke God, it is just such a joke, right? This is the party at their DNC convention, you will recall. They've stripped the words "under God" from the Pledge of Allegiance because they said that was too triggering, right? This is that party. This is the party that spent the last 4 years mocking Vice President Pence because of his Christian faith. This is the party that refers to people in the South as Bible Belt Christians, as a pejorative. You know, so it's so foolish. I think that the American people are going to fall for this obvious scam. But you are correct. I have said this has moved from a public health crisis to a mental health crisis, an obsession and a cult with COVID-19.
And of course, it's narcissism, pure narcissism. It's just interesting, though. This is the party that lectured us for decades about science, believe the science. And here you have this low IQ shaman telling you that you have to get the shot because God wants you to. That sounds a lot like superstition, no?
I mean, it does sound like superstition, but also if you want to be superstitious, can you explain to me, Tucker, can somebody explain to me how right now in New York we're being told that just the unvaccinated are in the hospital, but also they have to let go of 70,000 unvaccinated healthcare employees because apparently the unvaccinated are a risk to the unvaccinated. I mean, I can't figure any of this stuff out, but you're not supposed to understand a cult. You just do what they say.
That's exactly right. And somehow you just, if I could, I probably shouldn't even say this, but the last governor of New York was horrible. He's just a bad person, I would say. But you knew they were going to get someone worse. I mean, Cuomo, for all his many manifold faults, you cannot imagine him telling you that God demands you get the vax. I think he would choke on those words. But maybe he would say it.
Honestly, I hate to say this, but I found that sermon to be even creepier than Governor Cuomo was. Like, it's incredibly creepy to invoke God and to pretend that you've had some awakening and that Christ is going through you and telling you to get the vaccine. Yeah, Christ wants you to make Pfizer a few more $1 billion, and then you can be converted.
Exactly. And when they fire his brother from CNN, he'll be replaced by somebody worse. You watch, I see a theme here. Candace Owens, great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can watch Candace this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on Fox Business Network's new primetime show called The Pursuit with John Rich. I hope you will. Well, today is the deadline for thousands of healthcare workers to take the COVID shot in New York. It turns out that politicians know more about healthcare than nurses. Right. So if they don't comply with this, the nurses will be fired. They will get no unemployment benefits, unlike everybody else in America, including the mentally ill homeless junkie on the end of your block. The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, we just saw her in action, has announced that, quote, medically trained National Guard troops will replace the fired nurses. All right, so out with the nurses, in with the Army. You're going to be getting the vax from the Army. Okay, it's not creepy or anything. No, it's totally normal. This happens all the time. New York State, by the way, is also planning, and we're quoting here, to recruit medical workers from the Philippines and other countries. Oh, so this pandemic is so serious, we're firing the nurses and bringing in foreign nationals to give you your health care. Anyone notice that we're destroying the American healthcare system in the process? Didn't need to happen. It's being done on purpose by the Biden administration and its minions in the States. Well, thousands of protesters gathered in New York today to oppose this grotesque mandate. Unfortunately, it was not millions, but it was thousands. CNN promptly accused them of being conspiracy theorists.
Some of the people here who kind of just live in their own reality and really feel that the government is trying to control them by using these vaccines, are all believing that this is some kind of conspiracy by the government to try and control people. And so it's presenting a real problem for officials here in New York, and that is why they say we need these mandates.
Oh, they're crazy because those nurses know less about health care than the politicians and the midget with the microphone on CNN. And they're crazy because they think a COVID mandate is an attempt by the government to control you, but it's not. The government just fires you from your job if you don't do what they tell you to do, because they know more about science than nurses. This is peak insanity. At least one lawyer, though, is fighting back. Lou Garelmino is filing suit against these vaccine mandates in the state of New York. He represents teachers who now have an injunction against the mandates. We're told he's got an update for us on that case tonight. He joins us now. Lou, thanks so much for coming on and for what you're doing. So tell us the status of this suit by teachers against the state.
Well, Tucker, thanks for having us as always. Today, just a few hours ago, we got some disturbing news. The Court of Appeals in the Second Circuit, which is one of the most prestigious courts in the country, we had a temporary stay, a TRO, granted until Wednesday in a very surprising, unprecedented move, at least that I know of. The city came in and asked for an expedited review of that TRO, and the court granted it, and unbeknownst to us, in panel 3 judges that ruled against and dissolved the TRO and canceled our hearing Wednesday, which in effect means Mayor de Blasio's vaccine mandate is now in effect and might cost over 28,000 teachers and Department of Education's their jobs by Friday.
Just to be clear, I mean, de Blasio is a lame duck at this point. He's probably not simply the dumbest politician in America, but maybe the dumbest human being with a driver's license. Is there evidence of any kind that unvaccinated teachers have posed a risk to anybody ever? Is there any evidence?
Absolutely not, Tucker. You know, the unvaccinated teachers, they're not conspiracy theorists. They don't think the government is out to get them. There's a lot of different reasons why unvaccinated teachers don't want to take the vaccine. If I told you the amount of pregnant women crying on the phone to me in the last week, the amount of women nursing, the amount of single mothers that are going to lose their job because they don't want to take the vaccine, it would be shocking. I'm telling you, Tucker, I'm not exaggerating. The numbers are in the thousands that have called me in the last 2 weeks, and this mandate affects 28,000 people.
Good people with no power whatsoever in our society, and almost nobody in elected office is defending them, including the nurses. If a nurse decides not to take a medicine, I think you got to assume she knows what she's doing, right? She's a nurse. Yeah, no one's defending them. You are, and I appreciate that. Lou, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
Tucker, thanks for having us, as always.
Thank you. So the military has come up with maternity flight suits so that women can fight our wars. Right, pregnant women fight our wars. Now the House of Representatives, with massive Republican support, passed a defense bill requiring women to register for the draft. Seems to be only one person who's really offended by this. He's in Congress. He joins us next.
What was going on in the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
You're going to have to figure that out, and you probably won't, knowing you.
A Shari Markson documentary. Cover-ups, conspiracies, and classified research, all on the table.
Pandemic pathogens are being made more transmissible.
It was coronavirus.
What is the truth? What are the facts? Ultimate insider information.
There's more than just smoke here. There's fire from different sources.
The consequences of this will be severe. Watch this space.
Can you tell us now, Mr. President, do you think this was a deliberate release?
If it was, that's essentially war.
If we look more closely at the Wuhan Institute of Virology,
the possibility that we're dealing with a lab escapee.
The origin of COVID-19.
The China virus, as I call it.
What really happened in Wuhan? Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Attention cancer victims who used the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to substantial compensation. If you or someone you love used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There may be time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-916-3156. That's 800-916-3156.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep for most of my adult life. I wasted at least 2 hours a day of my life tossing and turning, trying to shut my mind down. Until about 2 years ago, that's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep. I decided to order it, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist and sleep expert Dr. Eric Siliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's exclusive triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. I like that it's non-habit forming. It's made in the USA. There's simply nothing else like it. Relaxium Sleep comes with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. In fact, they're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. In the morning, my mind is sharp, and I've got energy that I enjoyed when I was younger. Both my wife and I have been paying customers of Relaxium Sleep for over 2 years now. And I know once you've experienced the amazing difference it can make in your life, you will be too. I trust my night to Relaxium Sleep. And so should you. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. That's 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. Fall asleep, stay asleep, wake refreshed with clinically proven Relaxium Sleep. Act now.
You'll be glad you did.
Trust United Relaxium Sleep.
Harris Faulkner puts America's news in focus.
We begin here demanding answers.
Don't miss the Faulkner Focus, weekdays at 11 on Fox News Channel.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. We've sold an iPad worth $505 for less than $24. A stand mixer for less than $20. A 4K television for under $2. A MacBook Pro for under $16. As well as a PlayStation 4 for under $16. And brand new cars for less than $900. DealDash.com offers hundreds of auctions every day. All auctions start at $0 and everything must go. And don't forget, we offer a full 90-day money-back guarantee on your first bid pack purchase.
I won these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com today and see how much you can save.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
So it's been pretty clear over the last month that the leadership of the Pentagon is not serving the country and not serving the faithful and honorable people who fight our wars. They've done a terrible job. Now, really the only recourse is the United States Congress, which has oversight of our military. So the House of Representatives just voted for a new defense bill. Did they hold anyone accountable? No, they didn't. They just spent a whole lot more money. And it passed by a massive margin, 316 to 113. 134 Republicans approved this. $700 billion for the Pentagon. No punishment whatsoever for the generals and the leaders like Mark Milley, who generationally have failed to win a single war. But it also does something brand new. This bill forces women to register for the draft, meaning women will now be forced to fight our wars. The Senate Armed Services Committee has already approved a version of the defense bill with the same requirement. Now, this has gotten very little attention, but it's a massive change, really unprecedented in American history. Chip Roy of Texas is one of the very few Republicans in the Congress who has opposed it. He joins us tonight to explain why. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on. So this is one of those things most people aren't aware happened. You've been focused on it. Tell us why.
Well, it matters a lot, and one reason why is that my wife told me that if I supported it, she'd go out and campaign against me. She believes pretty strongly about this, as I do. And look, 5 years ago, your Department of Defense, our Department of Defense, spent $36 million for a study That study was to study combat effectiveness. What did they find? You're going to be blown away by this piece of information, Tucker. They found with that $36 million that all male units were more effective 70% of the time than mixed sex units. Yet now we have your Congress voting for a National Defense Authorization Act with 135 Republicans, 2/3 of your Republicans voting in favor of it, that would put women into combat. Now, we're not talking about volunteering for service. We're saying that we're going to have women have to register for selective service. In that same bill, they had red flag laws saying they can take guns away from active service duty. They had Green New Deal garbage. They had all sorts of stuff in there about critical race theory, woke stuff. But Republicans voted for it dutifully. And you have to ask yourself why. And I would tell you it's because of power. And it's the defense industrial complex, just like it's the big health industrial complex that's sticking it to us on vaccines, and the big unions in education telling our kids that America's evil. And nobody in Washington, Republicans, want to fight these big institutions. But that's what we need to do if we want to actually change this town.
Once this passes, how long till the Navy SEALs are singled out and other special operations units within the military as unacceptably male? I mean, why wouldn't this require the SEALs to bring women into the teams?
Well, these are the important questions, right? And I've got so many of my colleagues who go around and they give these excuses, lip service, and they say, oh, don't worry, women will never be drafted. Then they come back and say, well, you know what, but a draft would only be necessary if we have to combat China, because they'd have 30 million men that we'd have to go fight against. I say, well, which is it? And then they'll say, don't worry, they'll never be in combat. But Tucker, do you trust the federal government? Do you trust the same federal government that just abandoned Afghanistan, that leaves our border wide open, that just left $85 billion in the hands of the Taliban, that is now trying to force vaccines into the arms of our children, where you've got people, as you pointed out in your opening monologue, you've got people running around with vax necklaces like some sort of new cult? This is the government that says, oh, don't worry, trust us. I'm sorry, Tucker, I don't trust the government. I don't. Yeah. And in Congress, I'm going to fight it. I'm going to try to highlight it. I want every person to call your member of Congress and demand that they stand up for the women and the girls out there who will never have an organization defending and fighting for them like gun rights groups or other organizations. We need to stand up for our wives, our daughters, our sisters, our mothers.
The military cannot be a social experiment. It has to exist purely to defend the country, period. And anyone who's effective at doing that should be serving in a combat unit. Anyone who's not should not be. It has nothing to do with any other factors. And so I agree with you completely. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks, Tucker. God bless.
So this summer, we went over to Central Europe, to Hungary, to take a look at a country whose government makes all decisions based on what's good for the country. Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, told us when we were over there that Poland was another place that had a similar attitude about governing. Go ahead and govern on behalf of the people who live there. Why not? There's a novel idea. So we decided to talk to the president of Poland, and we did. That interview's next. By the way, you can go to TuckerCarlson.com for a copy of the new book if you like. We'll be right back.
Before the road trips, the cool mornings, the hot cast iron, the short nights, and the long cast. There's one stop that you can't afford to miss. It's time to gear up and camp out at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Save on all your camping essentials, in-store and online. Your adventure starts here.
My name is Sean Hayes. I'm from Yorkville, Illinois. When you've lost everything when it comes to health, and you have no energy, having good health is everything. After about 2 weeks of taking the balance of nature, my son made a comment that somebody could do a kickflip on a video. I'm like, I can do a kickflip. And he's like, no, you can't, because he has never seen me be that kind of active guy. So here I am after a long work week, after doing all kinds of weekend warrior projects. I go out there, I pick up the skateboard, and I nail a kickflip for him. And even afterwards, the next couple of days, I realized I'm still not sore. I'm recovered already. So having good health, good nutrition, being able to spend quality time with your friends and your family and do all the extras that you only dreamed that you would ever be able to do again, yeah, it means everything. And balance of nature does that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code FOX News.
At America's Best, you can get 2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam starting at just $69.95. 2 pairs, and they don't even have to be identical. In fact, 1 pair can be practical and sturdy, while the other pair is super stylish and wildly good-looking. Not that it's a contest or anything. 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $69.95. The exam alone is worth at least $50. Book yours today at americasbest.com. The silent type, I see.
Investors, the best hedge is hard assets with lower risk and higher returns, including steady cash flow. The NRIA Prime Real Estate Fund pays a 10% monthly distribution plus targeted returns to 21%. Our fund diversifies against stock market risk with over $1 billion of new development value in progress. The Fed has plummeted interest rates, so hedge against inflation and stocks dropping. Call for our free investors report, Flow with the Fed. Call 800-800-1414. That's 800-800-1414.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW. On my way. They wanna judge me or testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
Hi, I'm Jimmy J.J. Walker. If you're on Medicare, listen to this. I called the 1-800 number to see what extra Medicare benefits I could get. An actual person answered, looked up my zip code, and boom, I was offered extra benefits like dental coverage, including dentures, extractions, fillings, plus prescriptions, transportation, meals, and so much more, all at no additional cost. And then I asked about the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check. And get this, I'm entitled to an extra $100 a month. That's $1,200 a year added to my Social Security check. And I was like, dynamite. Call the 1-800 number on the screen and see what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-375-5378. That's 1-800-375-5378 now.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not 1, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297. Plus, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297 and free shipping.
800-779-7100. Again, that's 800-779-7100.
As we look around the United States, we often think, has a better country ever been led by worse people? Probably not. So in our spare time, we've looked around the world. We try from time to time to bring leaders on this show from other countries who actually care about their people. That's why we went to Hungary this summer to talk to Viktor Orban. But he's not the only one. When we spoke to Orban, he mentioned other countries in Central Europe that have defended their populations against international interference. And one of the countries he mentioned was Poland.
In the last few nights in Budapest, I've run into a number of Americans who have come here because they want to be around people who agree with them, who agree with you. Do you see Budapest as a kind of capital of this kind of thinking?
The capital of that kind of thinking, or one of the capitals, because the other Central European countries are also very competitive and producing very nice ideas and organizing that kind of communities of conservative and Christian Democrats thinkers as we do.
Andrzej Duda is the president of Poland, and we're honored to be joined by him right now. Mr. President, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you're watching what's happening in the United States, and you're watching this massive flow of migrants over
our border. It will total over 1 million just this year. Something very similar happened to Europe in 2015. The EU pressured Poland and other nations in Central Europe to accept, and Poland fought back. Tell us why you did that.
The answer is very simple. We did not agree back then in 2015 to the so-called quota system, which was proposed by some of the EU member states, which means that every single country would have to accept a given number of migrants. And we gave a very clear answer to that. Whoever wants to come to Poland, whoever is looking for help, assistance, especially refugees who are looking for shelter because they are threatened by war, persecuted in their own countries, if they want to come to Poland, we want them to stay in Poland, live in Poland. Well, to accept such a person and to help them, we did not agree to relocate Poland people by force. We do not agree to keep these people in prison. If these people did not want to stay in Poland, they would want to leave. And we're not going to make anybody stay. We're not going to keep anybody against their will.
The American President Joe Biden, before he became president, described Poland as unfree, as an authoritarian place. How have your dealings with the Biden administration been since he's become president?
What you just said is indeed a very regrettable thing, because there are a lot of lies spread about Poland. And the first and foremost, what some representatives of the Polish opposition are saying about the current Polish government is totally untrue. And the best proof of that is in the fact that the incumbent government has won the election. They won the election back in 2019. I simply said, people are happy with their government right now. They think that this government cares for their interests, that this government keeps electoral promises, and this is why they were reelected. But of course, some representatives of the opposition are really furious, because they are not able to win elections. As I have said, they lost twice in a row. They also lost the presidential election. So because of that, they are slandering the current political camp. But let me reiterate, fortunately, it is the people who choose.
Finally, let me ask you about Poland's family policy. So Poland, from the outside, appears to have decided to help encourage Polish couples to have children. Please tell us what you're doing and why you've done it.
The Constitution stipulates that marriage, it says a union of a man and a woman and family are protected by the government in a special way. So the first time since 1989, we have embarked upon a very resolute and vast pro-family action. And when I was running for president back in 2015, I also made a pledge, and I said that we would start a pro-family policy. We actually announced myself during the campaign, and later I was joined by my colleagues who were also running for the parliamentary election. So we pledged that we would introduce a program by the name of 500 Plus. It is a welfare program for families in its initial version. We were testing, actually. We decided that starting from the second child in a family, parents of every child monthly receive 500 zlotys, sum of $130, a kind of welfare for many from the state in raising children. This program was revolutionized in Poland. I think nobody can imagine not to have the 500 Plus program in Poland. That was the best thing, definitely the best social program that we have been able to introduce. But to me, a politician, speaking openly, I consider myself to be rather conservative, and I actually was always frank about my views. I'm a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian. I pray. I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever. And to me, the value of family is priceless. I do support families. I'm pro-life. I defend life. I believe that life is sacred. I believe it should be guarded, and families have to be supported as strong as they can, because family is the foundation of every nation. Everything is based on family. Therefore, the support with which we offer families for the political perspective, from my personal perspective, is key importance. We also have used other programs supporting families. We support parents with their child starting schools with programs dubbed 300 zlotys. So we pay 300 zlotys to the parents of every child going to school to buy a set of books, a rucksack, and pens, pencils, stationery, whatever the child needs starting school. That is a very difficult moment when the school year begins. We know that families have to spend more money, so it turned out that 300 zlotys is important for the families. And it also contributes quite big support on top of the 500 Plus, which every family gets per child.
It's inspiring to hear that. I wish we had it. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down and talking to us tonight. We appreciate it. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much, and my best greetings to you.
So not every country in the world is run by reckless lunatics who hate their own people. Nice to be reminded of that. The full version of that interview with the president of Poland will be posted tonight on foxnews.com. Remember that video last week of the racist lunatic screaming at students at Arizona State University for sitting in seats and being the wrong color? Well, a follow-up tonight, we just learned the identity of one of those students who isn't exactly a student. We'll tell you who she was and who was funding her. That's next.
When I was a kid, I broke my ankle. My doctor told me I probably have arthritis at the site of the break. So before I exercise, I always put on Australian Dream. It really helps with the pain.
Australian Dream is available at your favorite retailer.
Every day, Coventry helps people get cash for their life insurance policies they no longer need.
I'm a anesthesiologist and a pain physician by specialty. I was trying to figure out what I could do with this term life insurance policy. I was sort of stuck because I can't just go out and buy more insurance because of my diagnosis. I called Coventry Direct and everything clicked. There actually were a lot more options than I thought there ever would be.
Coventry helped Michael, like we've helped thousands of people sell all or part of their life insurance policies for cash, even a term policy.
There probably are a lot of people that are in a similar situation who don't know they have an option. I would definitely recommend talking to Coventry about it. Coventry made it very easy. I just couldn't have asked for a better experience.
Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 800-284-3886.
Fox Wednesdays, the world's first Avatar singing competition series, is a musical spectacle.
It's mind-blowing technology.
Singers perform backstage while their alter egos battle it out center stage.
I didn't like it. I loved it.
And I'm just so grateful. Thank you.
Alter Ego. All new Wednesdays or watch anytime on Fox Now or Hulu.
Thursday Night Football is only on NFL Network.
It's game time, let's get it.
We're here for a battle between #1 picks.
This guy, he's really something.
Trevor Lawrence makes his Jaguars primetime debut.
He's got another.
But Joe Burrow and the Bengals are ready to steal the show.
And that is a touchdown.
Jaguars, Bengals, Week 4 starts here.
Wow, that kid can play.
We about to level up.
Thursday Night Football, Thursday at 8, only on NFL Network.
When I grow up, I don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. I want to know how to provide for my family and invest in my community. When I grow up, I just want things to be different.
At Junior Achievement, we promote economic empowerment through education, but we can't do it alone.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. Reporting on the issues you care about.
There's a lot to cover, a lot of headlines.
Lots of news to talk about.
Watch America's Newsroom, weekdays at 9 on Fox News Channel.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40...
Let me guess, less energy, less drive?
Definitely.
It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age.
Happened to you guys?
Yep.
So what did you do?
We got Nugenix Total T.
To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, text ROO to 321321. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text
for a complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text ROO to 321321. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast. Absolutely free. That's ROOM to 321321.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
Deal-Dash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. We've sold an iPad worth $505 for less than $24, a stand mixer for less than $20, a 4K television for under $2, a MacBook Pro for under $16, as well as a PlayStation 4 for under $16, and brand new cars for less than $900. Deal-Dash.com offers hundreds of auctions every day. All auctions start at $0 and everything must go. And don't forget, we offer a full 90-day money-back guarantee on your first bid pack purchase.
I won these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40.
And shipping is always free.
Go to Deal-Dash.com today and see how much you can save.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
Now an update to that pretty shocking story we brought you Friday night from Arizona State University. Tell us what is happening in the world. As always, the great Trace Gallagher joins us now. Hey, Trace.
And Tucker, a lot of animosity in this story is now being directed at the administration of Arizona State for calling this a, quote, difference of opinion when it appears to be a one-sided attack. Now, here's the context. 2 white male undergrads were studying in a campus facility. One had a Police Lives Matter sticker on his laptop, and that prompted 2 women of color to accuse the males of being offensive and making them uncomfortable in what they called a multicultural center meant for the marginalized and oppressed. Well, turns out one of the women, Sarah Tacola, is a PhD student, a member of Black Lives Matter and the Ford Foundation, which tries to push social justice on college campuses. The Arizona Daily Independent says last year Tacola was arrested for assault on a police officer. And the so-called multicultural space is reportedly a study hall that has not been designated as a place for the marginalized. We should note one of the most common opinions is that if 2 white males went aggressively after a black female student to get out of their racial space, we'd hear a whole lot more about this story. Tucker.
The DOJ would be there in about 8 minutes. That's true. Trace Gallagher, great to see you. Thank you.
You too.
So what does defund the police look like in practice? Well, it's not just about funding. It's about things like this. This is an amazing story. October 2020, so about 11 months ago, police in Washington, D.C. spot a man driving a moped on the sidewalk. He's not wearing a helmet. D.C. law says you have to. The suspect is a known gang member. He sees the cops and he flees. In the course of fleeing, he is hit and killed by an SUV. Now, the feds have just filed charges against the officers who chased this man. One of the officers has been indicted federally for second-degree murder. Another officer is indicted for obstruction of justice. Shocking. It's gotten almost no attention. Michael Hannity is a lawyer representing the officer accused of murder. He joins us tonight. Mr. Hannity, thanks so much for coming on. Now, as a for the non-lawyers watching, this seems like a stretch to the point where, like, has this ever happened before? Have you ever seen a case like this, ever?
I was a federal prosecutor myself for 8 years in the 80s, and very proud of it. And since then, I've been representing police officers, law enforcement officers all over the country. Haven't seen anything like this.
So the argument is, what, that they committed murder by chasing this man?
Well, I have to remind your listeners that indictments are written by the prosecutors.
Right.
And so they're the ones that structured the scenario that you've just described. And I can't do any more justice to the description than you have done.
The man who was struck and killed by the SUV, not by a police car, we should just be really clear about that. Was he wanted for a crime?
At the time, no.
Okay, but he was driving. He was driving on the sidewalk.
Correct.
Is it the position of the federal prosecutors who are bringing this case that police should not stop people from driving motorized vehicles on the sidewalk in the city?
I can't tell you that even from reading the indictment myself. What I can say is that law enforcement officers are trained to abide by the constitutional rights of everybody they come in contact with, including those that are behaving in a criminal manner. That is their training. And my experience in the District of Columbia is they're very well trained. They're incredibly professional. And so long as police officers engage in recognizing the constitutional rights of those people, even those people they arrest, then they're doing their job. There's no allegation here that any of these officers was doing anything in violation of the United States Constitution.
Right, or wanted to hurt this guy, obviously. Michael Hannity, I appreciate it. I hope second-degree murder, this is, no decent person will ever want to be a cop again, that's for sure. We appreciate your coming on tonight, and good luck with your defense of this officer.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So we've lost our civil liberties. Are we ever going to get them back? People on the right are asking that question, but at least one very prominent voice on the left has asked it too, and is under savage attack for doing that. You'll meet that person next.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way, but then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit. You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system. You can get it now at Walgreens and Walmart today.
I was getting run down. I was coaching. I coach all the time. I work early in the morning. I needed energy. So I started taking Balance of Nature, and I could coach better. I could hit the ball harder at my players. I can make an overhand serve, which I have not been able to do in a long time. And my players noticed too, like, wow, you've got more energy.
Balance of Nature does give me that peace of mind. You know, instead of trying to isolate certain vitamins and minerals, you're taking the whole thing. I mean, I think it's the closest thing to actually eating real fruit and vegetables.
With Balance of Nature, immediately I noticed that my energy levels picked up. Even with not a lot of sleep, I could function and be the mom I needed to be for my son.
Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market by going to balanceofnature.com or by calling 1-800-2468-751. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
I love Made In. I love what Made In represents. With the product, you could tell that there's extreme craftsmanship.
You would think a pan is a pan until Made In came along, and I went, wow, these things are something better.
I use Made In both at home and here at Craft in New York City. They're beautifully made and will help you take your cooking to the next level.
Those are the pans that we use at Alinea. We're going to have the best pans in the world at one of the best restaurants in the world.
Jamie Foxx in his stylish Privé Revaux.
What makes me smile? What makes me feel like me is having a pair of fly and affordable frames.
Wow, 2 pairs of Privé Revaux frames and a free exam for just $89.95, exclusively at America's Best.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 800-860-3706. That's 800-860-3706.
Life is super stressful right now. I mean, anxiety over jobs, bills, rent. Oh, and if you have more than 10 grand in credit card debt, you probably feel desperate, needing a way out. Here is some good news. Debt Pros can help you take the stress away by helping you resolve your debt problems without having to declare bankruptcy. No, seriously, just call the number on your screen now to see if you qualify. Listen, even when times are good, getting out of debt isn't easy, but Debt Pros can help you reduce your overall debt, which may result in lower monthly payments in say as little as 24 to 48 months. Oh, and they have no upfront fees or out-of-pocket cost. Look, don't let debt anxiety keep you awake at night. Make the free call now before the creditors come calling. If you have $10K in credit card bills, unsecured loans, collections, or unpaid medical bills, call Debt Pros and see if you qualify for debt relief now.
Call 800-859-8102. That's 800-859-8102.
Thursday Night Football is only on NFL Network.
It's game time, let's get it.
We're here for a battle between number 1 picks.
This guy, he's really something.
Trevor Lawrence makes his Jaguars primetime debut.
He's got another.
But Joe Burrow and the Bengals are ready to steal the show.
And that is a touchdown.
Jaguars, Bengals, Week 4 starts here.
Wow, that kid can play.
We about to level up.
Thursday Night Football, Thursday at 8, only on NFL Network.
I will nominate Judge Clarence Thomas to serve as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
That's when all heck broke loose.
So you'd still like to serve on the Supreme Court?
I'd rather die than withdraw from the process.
Naomi Wolf has been an intellectual leader on the American left for decades, and for decades she was loved by the American media, which promoted her. But then came the coronavirus lockdowns, and Naomi Wolf, unlike so many on the left, noticed that they were a direct attack on American civil liberties, and she said so out loud. And for saying that, she was attacked in a way she never had been before. We sat down with Naomi Wolf for an hour for a new episode of Tucker Carlson Today and had one of the most interesting conversations we've ever had on that show or anywhere else. Absolutely worth listening to. Here's part of it.
When it became clear they were not going to let us out and have our normal civil liberties back, and that was by July, I think, of 2020, I realized they're not, I was living in New York State and we weren't allowed to congregate in groups of more than 6. And so it sort of occurred to me very clearly that, we were not going to have our freedoms back without a fight. And then having read history so deeply, especially 1932, 33, 34 in Germany, and of course the rise of Mussolini in Italy, many of the things that were being put in place, and it was very systematic, if you look at history, were very familiar to me from my reading. And we can go into detail, but that was why I was able to predict, well, they want to bring in vaccine passports. You and I talked about this months ago. In April, I did a video. Again, I create digital products with developers as CEO of a tech company. I was like, well, they're going to use this to restrict all your freedoms, to geolocate you, to keep you from from traveling. And it sounded like I was, insane at that time. But here we are, mere months later, and people in France, people in Lithuania, people in Israel are saying, I can't go to a supermarket, I can't get on a bus, I can't take a train without this vaccine passport, it's geolocating me, and so on. So it was clear from a number of indicators that were right out of the history pages that something was happening globally, which was a war against the West and a war against Western liberties. And you can see exactly where it's going, and we're past being there. Like, there's an active fight, and I've been part of it, I'm glad to say, state by state by state, to retain our liberties, to defend our rights. But it is a battle. It's a war. There's a war on American citizens and on the Constitution.
Of course, my heart is beating faster listening to what you're saying, because I so vehemently agree with every word of it. And I should have known that you were over the target, because I watched it from the other end. I watched the media response to you. In my view, as just someone who didn't know you, but just as an observer in the media of you and your very long career, 30 years of being famous, you had this, from my perspective, enormous reserve of goodwill in the American media. Like, Naomi Wolf, yeah, you're smart, we take you seriously. All of a sudden, man, they went after you. And I read a piece in the Daily Beast or the Atlantic or some kind of ruling class defense organ, you're crazy. I should have known that you were telling the truth. So when you said it's very recognizable as a scholar of the interwar period in Europe, you recognize similarities. Like, thematically, what are those?
Oh, there's so many. I mean, one of them is declaring a public emergency. That's step one of my 10 steps to fascism from the end of America. A crisis, right? And there are real crises, and this was no doubt a real crisis. But, it's the same tactic that other administrations have used with the global war on terror, right? We have to be afraid all the time, and in exchange for security, give up your liberty.
Yes.
People make this case to us all the time, but with the COVID development, it opened the door for an unending public emergency, and something which I think is the biggest story that no media outlet has told, like the biggest story of our time, is that 47 states are still under emergency law, and governors enacted powers to use emergency law in ways that restricted the rights of legislatures in state after state.
That interview will blow your mind. It's on Fox Nation now. And here's Sean. All right, Tucker, and thank you, and welcome to Hannity.
Americans held hostage, abandoned behind enemy lines. Day 44.
Americans held hostage 44 days behind enemy lines. No light in sight for them to get out. Hundreds of Americans, legal residents with green cards, they have the right to be here. All of their families, thousands of our Afghan allies, yep, they remain abandoned behind enemy lines. Joe Biden, he's turned the page. We will not forget. Sadly, the situation on the ground, it gets worse every single day. Taliban terrorists are now once again hanging people in the public square, but they're doing it very professionally and businesslike, according to the Biden administration, including one man who was reportedly strung up from a tall crane right in the middle of the city. Professional, businesslike. We've turned the page. As we speak, anyone who assisted the U.S. in any way is being hunted down and will soon face a similar fate. Sadly, Joe Biden is not working at all to lift a finger to rescue our fellow citizens. In fact, he's barely working on anything at all. Last week, 4 days on the job, jets off to Camp David, another restful weekend. Today, they call a lid at 2:48 p.m. in the afternoon after refusing to answer any questions about Afghanistan, the crisis at our southern border, begging OPEC for more oil production, you know, the usual things that he ignores, or the horrific state of the economy. Take a look.
What's passed legislatively by the end of this week?
Well, it may not be by the end of the week. I hope it's by the end of the week. But as long as we're still alive, we got three things to do: the debt ceiling, continued resolution, and the two pieces of legislation. If we do that, the country's going to be in great shape. Thank you.
What's your message to Democrats as you have these calls? What's your message to Democrats, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you go to the border?
Just walks off, you know, like a robot. He's not allowed to answer questions. He gets yelled at. And tonight, instead of addressing the crisis at the border, the Biden administration, they are outright lying, deflecting, hoping the crisis will magically resolve itself. Like Afghanistan, we just won't pay attention anymore. Joe Biden thinks he did a great job in Afghanistan. He did not. The same with the border. For example, in March, Biden's Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas proclaimed the border was closed. And he said, quote, "We are expelling families. We are expelling single adults." He was lying to you, the American people. In the following months, more than 1.5 million illegal immigrants have poured across that border illegally. And of course, Mayorkas refuses to even now use the term illegal alien or illegal immigrant. Instead, he calls them undocumented non-citizens. Keyword non-citizens. For months now, these undocumented non-citizens or illegal immigrants or aliens have been dispersed all over the U.S. with little to no vetting. For example, almost everyone in the recent wave of Haitian migrants, they were admitted into the U.S. without so much as a simple COVID test because they're not going to be here very long. That would be another lie. Take a look.
How many have been released into the U.S.?
They're released on conditions, yes. and approximately, I think it's about 10,000 or so, 12,000.
Have been released?
Yes.
And of the 5,000 that are still in process?
We will make determinations whether they will be returned to Haiti based on our public health and public interest authorities.
So are we talking about a total of 12,000, or could it be even higher?
It could be even higher. The number that are returned could be even higher.
I want to be clear about one thing. I'm actually 100%, I'm pro-legal immigration. All four of my grandparents, they came here from Ireland. Like so many immigrants, they were dirt poor. Both my parents grew up with next to nothing. Irish Catholics, they faced discrimination at the time. And I know I stand on their shoulders, and I'm grateful. Now, if you're an immigrant, I'll be very honest. I don't care what country you come from, what continent you come from. I don't care what you sound like, what you look like. We're all God's children. But no country on earth is without borders. People have got to respect our laws, our borders, and our sovereignty, period. No exceptions. We must be a nation of laws. In fact, most countries have very strict immigration laws. Look at this. In Australia, asylum seekers, they're not even allowed on shore. They will stop you, and they will take you to a camp in a different island. They'll give you food and water and medical assistance if you need it, and then they'll send you home.
It is so difficult for these refugees to ultimately immigrate to Australia that the U.S., they've been resettling Australian-bound migrants stuck in offshore asylum camps near Australia's mainland. They refuse to take illegal immigrants. They uphold the law in their country. Meanwhile, in Western Europe, you have a record high 21,000 asylum seekers in 2015. Denmark, they said enough's enough. Then they took steps to stop and process migrants again offshore. And many other countries, you know, citizenship is such of high worth. Immigrants pay and purchase citizenship. By the way, some Americans, they give up their citizenship and buy citizenship in other countries. Because why? Citizenship, especially to this country, is of great value for people coming from countries that do not have the freedoms we often take for granted. You can look at St. Lucia, for example. It's roughly about 250 grand. You can get a passport and be a citizen. Dominica, the price tag is $100,000 per passport. Antigua, Barbuda, yeah, it's about a little over 134 grand. Cyprus is asking a whopping $2.5 million. They call them donations and investments, and you can buy citizenship. In New Zealand, you've got to invest $2 million over 4 years and be there X number of days. Malta, it's $1.1 million in investments and donations. Even Canadian residency, you can purchase residency for a few $100,000 worth of government bonds. Citizenship is a valuable, coveted thing all around the globe. America, the greatest country in the world. How much would people pay to be a citizen here? Maybe we should also get in on this action and maybe charge people to be citizens. Every other country appears to be doing it. Here in the U.S., where we let in more immigrants than anywhere else on earth, we don't ask for a penny. Instead, in theory, we merely ask immigrants to follow our laws, and we need to do more. For example, I don't care where you come from. Everybody coming into this country should undergo a security vetting to make sure you don't have radical associations. In the middle of a pandemic, it would be a pretty wise thing to make sure we do a health vetting so you're not COVID positive or don't have any other disease. In most cases, immigrants also should prove they have the ability, if we're generous enough to invite them in, that they have to be able to take care of themselves financially and not be a burden on the American people. We cannot put that burden, we can't afford to put that burden on the American people. Ideally, they would also possess a coveted skill or a trade. We can't drive the wages of American workers down either. Unfortunately, Democrats block Donald Trump's merit-based immigration bill like they have in countries like Australia. Now Joe Biden is refusing to enforce any of our existing immigration laws. He's not only enforcing the laws, he's aiding and abetting the law breaking, which he swore not to do. No background checks, no health checks. Many are a huge financial burden to you, the American taxpayer. We just can't afford Joe Biden's open borders and his lawlessness. Our southern border is a free-for-all. He's made it that way. The administration doesn't know exactly who they're letting in, just a future requested court date. That's a requested court date. They don't even require you to appear now under Joe Biden. In other words, most immigrants, they're not going to abide by the request. They don't have to. This has massive security implications. And as the once lucid Joe Biden stated in 2007, a much different Joe Biden than we see today, no country can be secure without controlling their borders. Let's listen to Joe back in the good old days.
What do I think about the control of our borders? What would I do about it? Ladies and gentlemen, no great country can say it is secure without being able to control its borders, period. What I would do about it is what I proposed to do about it almost 13 years ago. I would radically ramp up the number of border security guards we have, the use of electronic surveillance material we have to guard the border, and the number of what they call virtual fences.
That Joe Biden we see today looks pretty weak, frail, and is a cognitive mess in comparison, isn't he? But that's a sideshow. Unfortunately, Biden now cares less about a secure America and more about the radical socialist base that is the modern Democratic Socialist Party. Because that socialist base, they don't believe in borders, and nor do they put any value on it. They want a complete, unfettered immigration no matter what. Now, Why, ask yourself, the Democrats, they try to sneak amnesty into the Senate reconciliation bill, free citizenship until the Senate parliamentarians stepped in. That's something of great value for Democrats. Is it their hope that, oh, we're going to give you something that other countries charge hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for? We'll give it to you, but you're going to vote Democrat, right? And you're not going to vote for those mean old Republicans that follow the law and believe that you should respect our law and our sovereignty and our borders. You're not going to vote for them. I don't care where you come from. Just do it legally. Forget that mass migration drives down wages for low-income workers. Forget the health and security implications in the middle of a pandemic. Forget the abuse, the rape, the human trafficking that goes on during these massive caravans through Mexico and other countries. Forget the mass migration drives down all of these wages, et cetera, et cetera. You know, all of this, you know, is done again and again and again, and Joe Biden has no clue. Apparently, none of these things matter to the radical left. So instead of securing the border and telling migrants not to come, Biden is deflecting, he's lying, and he's blaming everyone else, especially Donald Trump, blaming the Border Patrol, agents on horseback, falsely accusing them of whipping migrants. Even the photographer that took the picture said that didn't happen. That is a lie. Now, the Border Patrol Union, the agents are fighting back, and they're demanding an apology. He's blaming Congress for not passing comprehensive immigration reform. Joe, you're the president. You get it done. You have both houses of Congress, and your party runs the whole show. That's also a lie. Donald Trump controlled the borders. We had, what, a 40-year low of illegal immigrants. Why? Because he put in place measures like building a border wall, stay in Mexico policy, ending catch and release, which you have now turned into process and release. All of this and more. Biden is also blaming Trump for directly handing him a god-awful mess at the border. No, he actually handed you secure borders. He also handed you energy independence. He also handed you a world that was secure, an Afghanistan that was secure. And Joe even blamed the weather, claiming that the migrant surge was seasonal and would end during the summer months. It actually got worse. And I can report the migrant surge didn't end during the summer. It continues this day. August, 200,000 people alone. Our own Griff Jenkins in Mexico tonight, traveling north with the latest wave of migrants. Griff, looks like it's not stopping at all.
No signs of slowing down, Sean, and we are here in Tapachula, Mexico. It's the southernmost Mexican town along the Guatemala border, and every single one of the 15,000 Haitians that crossed into Del Rio last week came right through this town center where I am standing. If you just look over my shoulder, Sean, you can see Haitians already gathering here, and tonight, Mexican officials confirmed to Fox News, Sean, they are preparing for an onslaught of a caravan of as many as 15,000 migrants gathered in Colombia, headed this way, mostly believed, again, to be Haitians. Now, let us show you a little bit of video from earlier today when we were outside the refugee office. Officials say there are already some 10,000 Haitian migrants right now in town trying to get asylum papers and work permits, but ultimately their goal, of course, is to get to the U.S. Now, let me show you a picture we shot of a migrant man we met here on the streets behind me. You can see the shirt, "Biden let us in." That's the same shirt, Sean, we saw in Tijuana months ago, and clearly motivated by this administration and President Biden's open call that now is the time to come. Now, we spoke to several Haitian migrants who told us this pipeline from South America to Texas is anything but slowing down. Take a listen to what they said.
More Haitian coming, and Panama, Colombia, yeah, coming.
I see a lot of Haitians here. A lot of people Haitian living in Mexico, in Tapachula. But it's not the destination. The destination of all the people Haitian is in United States.
Sean, Mexican officials also told me they've never seen anything like this. I told them I was here in 2019 during those caravans. Is it worse than that? They said it pales in comparison. So much so, we've learned that tomorrow morning they will open up a soccer stadium to begin processing the migrants because it's such overwhelming numbers. Sean?
All right, Griff Jenkins in Mexico tonight. Thank you. Joining us now, former Texas governor, former energy secretary, Rick Perry, our friend. I was down at the border a number of years ago with you. As bad as it was then, it's worse now. We've had Governor Abbott on the program a lot of times. He's called up the National Guard. He's allocated $3 billion in Texas funds, Texas taxpayers paying. He's actually created miles of his own wall using patrol cars from law enforcement. And at every step of the way, his battle is really with the federal government aiding and abetting the law breaking. What other options does the governor have at this point?
Sean, let me just say one thing before we get off onto that. Thank you for telling the American people the truth. As I flip through channels, it's really difficult to find the truth about what's going on the southern border. This is a devastating wave that's hitting our southern border. This administration is lying about it. And I think it's really important that you and your network, others, tell the truth and hold Joe Biden accountable, hold Mayorkas accountable. I mean, they're literally looking in the face of the American people and lying to them about what's going on that southern border. There are families who are being devastated because of this. And you know, maybe what we ought to do is just hire every bus that we can hire in the state of Texas, hire every charter aircraft, bring the National Guard C-130s to the border and load these individuals up and take them to Maryland and leave them there. And maybe
why don't we leave them at Lafayette Park in D.C.?
State of Texas
No,
might
but the reality is you're hitting on something important here, Governor or Secretary. I don't know I don't know which you prefer. Whatever title you like, you own them all. But the important thing is once they're here and Joe lets them in, we don't have the ability to deport them because that's supposed to be the role of the federal government to enforce the law. They don't do it. Then they disperse people, high rate of COVID positivity, no tests, no vaccine mandate all around the country. And then people come without any money. Then states bear the burden of food and shelter and education and health care. And we can't balance our budget, Governor. It's not complicated math here.
Well, but all of this big infrastructure bill is not going to cost anything. I mean, I heard that president look into the camera and say, this is going to cost zero. And, Sean, that's lying to the American people. I mean, he's playing Americans for chumps. And people who voted for him, they need to really take a deep breath, think about what this individual is doing to this country. It is staggering what's happening along that border. Those have historically been Democrat voters in those counties along the Rio Grande. I'll tell you one thing, they're rethinking that today, and they're looking at Joe Biden and going, this is potentially the biggest mistake we ever made in our lives to let this individual become the president of the United States.
I'll add to that abandoning Americans in Afghanistan when he said he wouldn't. Governor Perry, we always appreciate having you on. Thank you, sir. Here with more nationally syndicated radio talk shows, Dana Lash. Dana, I'm looking. They're now putting the governors of these border states like Arizona and Texas in a difficult position. Now, Governor Abbott's spending $3 billion Texas dollars. Governor Abbott is building his own little wall with cars. Governor Abbott's called up the National Guard. But once Joe lets them in, Governor Abbott doesn't have the authority to send them back. That's a problem.
No, it is. And Sean, you're exactly right. And I'm so glad that you pointed out that that's Texas taxpayer dollars that's being used to do what the federal government won't do, which I think that everyone in Texas should send an invoice to Joe Biden and everybody who's responsible for this, Mayorkas and everyone else, because this is what our taxes are going to. But you bring up a really good point. I mean, once people are illegal, once they've illegally entered, then really the governor has, I mean, his hands are tied. You could say, and I'm of the position that if the federal government's going to choose which laws that they want to follow, I think that the Texas governor should be able to do as well. I understand that people are trying to be above board and all this stuff and avoid endless litigation, which is what the White House, what the administration would absolutely tie Texas up in. But at the same time, you know, everyone's hands are tied. I mean, what do you do after people come in here illegally? And then you have Border Patrol agents. And Sean, this is a huge point. I'm so glad that you've been talking about Alejandro Mayorkas, because here's a guy who is not doing his job, and he gets to keep his job, Sean. He gets to stay as Secretary of DHS, but yet these border agents who were just riding horses on rough terrain and trying to do the best they could with an overwhelmed border thanks to this administration, they're smeared, their characters are impugned, they're ridiculed in front of the nation by elected officials because they're not doing their jobs. I mean, it's cats and dogs living together. It's mass hysteria. It's crazy.
Let me ask you this. So you look at these other countries, and there's so many of them, they actually sell citizenship, or you invest in real estate, or you invest in business, or you give a donation. You know, if Australia could charge millions and Cyprus can charge millions, we could charge probably a fortune and make money, which I don't think we should do. I believe in legal immigration. But now we have an administration that aids and abets in the law breaking. They're assisting in this. If you did it, I'd have to, you know, bail you out of jail with a cake and a file in it.
Yeah, you would, Sean. You'd have to bake me a nice little cake and put a nail file in it for me to bust out. No, that's true, though. I mean, every other country, why is it that every other country on God's green earth is able to have borders and able to have this sovereign process to determine who gets in legally and who doesn't? But yet the United States isn't afforded that same opportunity. I mean, Mexico, for crying out loud, all these other countries have very, very strong immigration laws. But the United States, and Sean, you bring up a good point with us, and if I may, the United States is such a unique country because we recognize that our greatness comes from being able to unite around freedom. We're not united around a faith. We're not united around an ethnicity. We are united by the simple principle of liberty. Do you want to be free? Yes or no? Start the process. Observe the law. We're all equal before the republic, and underneath it, when the law is broken, that's how you become an American. And we love that tradition. We love that. I don't know why Democrats hate it so much.
It's a great question, Dana. Always appreciate you being with us. Thank you. All right, straight ahead, an exclusive report about what Joe Biden wants to do with your money this week. Big battle on Capitol Hill. We'll give you all the details. We'll break it down. And Newt Gingrich will weigh in. Larry Kudlow will weigh in and react to the bizarre claim that the spending package won't cost us anything. $5 trillion won't cost you a penny. Great math. Straight ahead.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $794 for just $297, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear, and what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-779-8600.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and you'll get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging case for just $297. Or opt into our easy payment plan, and your order ships free. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-779-8600. Again, that's 800-779-8600.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep for most of my adult life. I wasted at least 2 hours a day of my life tossing and turning, trying to shut my mind down. Until about 2 years ago, that's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep. I decided to order it, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist and sleep expert Dr. Eric Ciliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's exclusive triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. I like that it's non-habit forming. It's made in the USA. There's simply nothing else like it. Relaxium Sleep comes with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. In fact, they're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. In the morning, my mind is sharp, and I've got energy that I enjoyed when I was younger. Both my wife and I have been paying customers of Relaxium Sleep for over 2 years now. And I know once you've experienced the amazing difference it can make in your life, you will be too. I trust my night to Relaxium Sleep. And so should you. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. That's 800-417-3773 or visit TryRelaxium.com. Fall asleep, stay asleep, wake refreshed with clinically proven Relaxium Sleep. Act now.
You'll be glad you did.
Trust United Relaxium Sleep.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
Welcome to OpenFit, your personal fitness studio with unlimited live trainer-led classes.
Great job, Ariel.
For as low as $8 a month and on-demand workouts from top instructors. Get your free OpenFit trial today.
The Fox News app, it has it all. Breaking news, alerts, opinion, and all your favorite shows available anytime. The Fox News app. Download it today.
From the time you're born, a gland in your brain produces growth hormone. It's what makes you stay lean, build strong muscles, and feel energetic. Unfortunately, around the age of 20, your body starts producing less GH. And by the time you're in your 40s and 50s, it's much harder to stay energetic, lean, and build muscle. But what if there was a way to tell your body to get back to work and boost your GH levels again? Nugenix GH Boost uses an amino acid and botanical blend, clinically demonstrated to help your body boost its own GH levels more than 100%. Text CLOUD to 231231. To get your complimentary sample of Nugenix GH Boost, you'll get the boost you need to sculpt a stronger, leaner body that is sure to turn heads. Get back to work with Nugenix GH Boost. Text CLOUD to 231231 to get a complimentary sample of Nugenix GH Boost. Text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Text CLOUD to 231231.
All right, crunch time for Congress this week as Biden, Schumer, Pelosi try and ram their radical, ultimately really $5 trillion, but $3.5 trillion tax increase, social spending package. It's now gotten so big, so expensive. Now, even some Democrats, they're saying they won't report it. I don't believe it till the votes are cast. Our own Chad Pergram is standing by with the latest. Where do things stand tonight? I read there's a civil war breaking out. I read that, all right, Nancy has decided to go with the $1.2 trillion bill first, then the $3.5 trillion, then the squad threatening not to support it. Where are we?
There's a lot of discrepancies about where they are right now. This is a mammoth agenda for the Democrats. Democrats hope to transform the nation with this agenda. Pelosi spoke to her caucus tonight, and she said her members are, quote, idealistic. Now, let's think about what they're trying to do here. This is more ambitious than FDR's New Deal programs and provisions of LBJ's Great Society plan. And here's what's in the social spending package. $4 billion for distance learning, $12 billion for electric cars for federal employees and postal workers on the job, a big provision to beef up IRS enforcement. The bill also provides money for paid family and medical leave, plus billions for the environment. Liberals say the bill must remain at $3.5 trillion.
210 House Democrats want to pass Biden's agenda. 48 senators do. There are a few holdouts. They need to get on board. Of course, we're open to negotiation. There is not a red line at $3.5 trillion. We need a counteroffer for those who are opposed to the $3.5 trillion, which is Biden's agenda.
Democrats are fighting with themselves, notably moderate Democrats Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema.
I mean, I would actually like them to make their demands clear so that we can engage with that. It is saddening to see them use Republican talking points. We obviously didn't envision having Republicans as part of our party.
Moderate Democrats say this bill should probably be about $2 trillion. It must shrink if it's going to pass. Now, tonight in the Senate, Republicans blocked starting debate on a bill to fund the government and also lift the debt limit. It needed 60 votes. Republicans are saying to the Democrats, do it on your own if you're going to spend all this money. Sean.
All right, Chad, thank you. And all that chaos on Capitol Hill is just the latest crisis facing the Biden administration. Now Joe's record of failure is starting to catch up with him in the polls. Not only is he underwater on approval in the latest Pew Research poll, but a majority, by the way, of respondents, 56%, they think Joe Biden is not mentally sharp. And by the way, I don't know who this other 40% are or what you're thinking. And by the way, the vaccine mandates that Biden is so eager to impose on everyone, they could soon be having disastrous consequences for the Democrats. Look at New York State, for example. They're preparing to actually call up the National Guard to fill in for hospital workers, you know, the ones in March and April and May of 2020 in the middle of the COVID shift show of all shift shows. Yeah. They're thinking of firing them, many that got COVID, that jumped on COVID grenades every day to save the lives of their fellow citizens. Yeah, they're all about to be fired for refusing to get the vaccine. Sounds like Biden could have yet another crisis of his own making on his hands before he even knows it. Here with the reaction, author of Beyond Biden, Rebuilding the America We Love, I Can Hope and Pray. Well-written book. I have my copy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich. All right, we got to get beyond Biden. It's never been this bad. We never abandoned Americans. We never begged OPEC to produce more oil, giving up energy independence. You see the mess at the border. You see inflation. My question is, you see this fight going on with the squad versus so-called moderates. Who wins?
Well, I think the country loses. And I think, first of all, with very few exceptions, maybe Manchin and Sinema, there aren't any real moderates in the Democratic Party. When push came to shove in August, every single Democrat in the Senate, every single Democrat in the House voted for a big socialist bill, that big government socialist bill that Bernie Sanders wrote. I mean, how can you have a clearer message than to have an open socialist write a bill, which, by the way, probably scores at $5 trillion, not $3.5 trillion, has $3 trillion in tax increases, hires 85,000 new IRS agents to harass taxpayers, apparently, according to one reading, provides for free community college for illegal immigrants. So all these people at the border will get to go to college at the taxpayer's expense, because nothing's free. That means it's a taxpayer-provided college. It's a taxpayer-provided health care. And so I think that this is going to be a fascinating week. Pelosi's been very tough. She runs a dictatorship. She's been twisting arms. She's now starting to break them. Presently, she'll start kneecapping people. And but whether or not that's enough.
But it seems like the squad is basically saying it's our way or the highway, and they have control over her speakership.
Of course. Well, they only do in the sense that they have enough votes that she probably can't pass a purely Democratic bill without their votes. But look at what they've done. For the last year, they've decided everything by themselves. In fact, they even reached over and kicked a Republican off a committee, something which had never been done before. They created an investigating committee, and they controlled Republican appointees. So now they turn, it's like having somebody, if your teenage son or daughter had run off with a credit card, ran around and charged everything, bought a Ferrari, bought, round-trip airline tickets, stayed at five-star hotels, then showed up one morning and said, gee, Dad, why don't you pay all of my bills? And that's where the Republicans are now saying, no, we're not part of this. We weren't in on the takeoff. We're not going to be in on the landing. And the Democrats have made no effort to reach out to the Republicans and actually try to share power.
All right,
so I would
here's
urge
my
Republicans
question,
in the
though.
House and Senate, be calm and see what happens.
I don't think any Republican should vote to increase the debt ceiling. They have the House. They have the Senate.
Right.
They want to spend all this money. Republicans don't. There's no opportunity to work with a Republican. I don't think one Republican should vote to increase it by a penny. Now, Democrats are going to say, oh, you're going to shut down the government and the full faith and credit of the U.S. government is going to be at stake. That's not true. They have control of Congress. They have control of the purse strings. They get to decide. So it'll be up to them whether or not they raise the debt ceiling, correct?
Yeah. I mean, you know, if I were the Republican leadership, I'd say, look, you can get our votes. Drop the $5 trillion spending bill, drop the $3 trillion tax increase, drop the idea of 85,000 new IRS agents. You know, you want to talk about us helping you? Well, this is what it's going to cost for us to decide to help you. And if you don't want to meet us and negotiate, why would we give you our votes? I mean, no Republican should vote for the debt ceiling increase. That's the Democrats' problem. It is their disaster. And frankly, if they keep putting poison pills into the continuing resolution, no Republican should vote for the continuing resolution.
So
and you have to be very careful.
You have a great pulse of how things are working in D.C. It seems like Democrats, the Civil War is going on. So what happens in the House? Will Manchin and Sinema hold the line? Because I think ultimately their arms are going to get twisted so hard they'll probably rip them out of the socket to get their votes.
Well, I think they have a hard time doing that. They're offering a bill which will destroy West Virginia's economy totally. They're offering some ideas which are deeply opposed in Arizona. Remember, big government socialism only has about 16% support. 1 out of every 6 Americans. Now, it may be that the lemming is replacing the donkey as the Democratic Party symbol, and they may all be about to run off a cliff together. But I think this is going to be very unpopular in the country. And my guess is they're not going to get it through because in the end they can't satisfy those who aren't moderates, but they want to survive, and those who are radicals in districts where it doesn't matter. I think it's an almost impossible job for Pelosi.
Did you ever think it'd get this radical? You ever think we'd abandon Americans across enemy lines? You ever think we'd have that kind of chaos at the border? Did you ever think that we'd be begging OPEC after we finally achieved energy independence to produce more oil, and they turn us down? Pretty embarrassing, Mr. Speaker.
Look, I think you're faced with the weirdest political coalition in modern American history. I think that they are totally out of touch with reality. I think the damage they're doing is unimaginable. And I really worry that these guys could stumble into a big war, not a small war. And I worry particularly about China, because the Chinese dictatorship has to be looking at this chaos and just thinking, this guy's old, he's weak, he's confused, the people around him are nuts.
It makes those Donald Trump tweets that everyone in the mob and the media characterized as mean seem pretty appealing, actually, about right now, because he actually instilled fear in other countries, and he actually got us to energy independence, controlled the borders, lowered taxes, and things work better. Mr. Speaker, thank you. All right, unfortunately, the Biden administration isn't just incompetent, they're also wildly, as we've been pointing out, dishonest. For example, Joe repeatedly promising he will not raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year, even giving his word as a Biden. You mean like you did to the people you abandoned in Afghanistan? Okay, Joe, I don't really think your word as a Biden is worth very much, considering what Hunter has done to your family name. Secondly, corporations don't pay taxes. We pay them. And thirdly, we're now paying $1.50 more a gallon, and we're paying more for everything we buy because of your policies. And he's also been telling a new lie that the massive tax hike and spending bill will cost $0. Free. Okay, I know you probably come from the era of an abacus. We actually have computers in this day and age, and it's hard to really believe that even you think that's true, as your party now is fighting each other on it. Here with reaction, the host of Kudlow on the Fox Business Network, Larry Kudlow, is with us. All right, Larry, your analysis, if this economic bill gets passed, what are the consequences?
Well, I think it's going to do great harm to the economy. I mean, the tax hikes alone, as you say, companies don't pay taxes, individuals pay taxes. So by the government's own scoring, the Congressional Budget Office, the Joint Tax Committee, neither of those are supply-side havens, but they're saying 70% of the corporate tax hike will fall on the blue-collar middle class. And the Joint Tax Committee has said nearly 70% of the middle class will see higher taxes as a result of the bill that came out of the House Ways and Means Committee. So it's going to be devastating for the economy. Plus, you're raising the capital gains tax. Plus, they're talking about taxing unrealized gains, which is remarkable. That's a new one historically. But the other point I want to make, Newt Gingrich was talking about big government socialism. Look at, Sean, this massive wave of new welfare and entitlements, nothing, whether it's the family leave plan or the basic income plan, universal basic income, or these child credits and dependent
or free
credits,
college.
There's not one, free community college, but there's not one stipulation, not one rule that you have to work. There's no workfare, there's no work requirements, and in fact, Sean, there's no education requirements. So you've got massive welfare dependency. It's like the Great Society to the, 20th or 50th power. But that will damage the soul of America. That goes to the heart of American culture. Work is dignity. Work holds families together. Work provides opportunities for the least among us. And this damage that they're going to do, and it's from the far left, it's from the crazy progressives, this crazy textbook. This is the thing that worries me the most. I hate the tax hikes. I'm a supply-sider. I believe in the Laffer curve. You jack up tax rates, you're going to get fewer revenues, not more. But now we're cutting into the heart of the American soul with all this welfare dependency. And Newt is right. It is big government socialism of the worst kind.
All right. Well, we just got to see what happens. I think they're going to have a harder time than they think passing it, so they'll just start, okay, instead of 3.5, we'll go to 2.9. Instead of 2.9, we'll go to 2.5. We still can't afford it. And all of it's going to be wasted, and our kids and grandkids will pay it for the rest of their lives. Last 20 seconds. We don't need this bill or any part of it, okay, even if it's a smaller bill. Sean, I'm saying to you, save America, kill the bill. Save America and kill the bill. We do not need this. It will harm our country at home, and it will also harm our country abroad because of the perceived weakness. Kill the bill, Sean. That's the position I really want you to take. Okay. Repeat after me. Kill the bill. I agree. All right, Larry Kudlow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, coming up, after they shamelessly defended him, Biden actually attacked the media last week. Ari Fleischer, Mike Huckabee, they're here to react to his bizarre outburst. Straight ahead.
We're the husband and wife team of All Elite Wrestling.
Being part of management, that does not make a lot of friends behind the scenes.
Lighten up a little bit.
This segment is a disaster.
I had no idea what I was getting into.
I'm sorry.
You got so much coming at you so fast. How do you prioritize?
I do not know.
Roads to the Top premieres Wednesday at 10 on TNT after AEW Dynamite.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
Smart news.
I was only watching news I agreed with.
I was only getting news from social media.
Now, I use Smart News.
It has news from all sides. I trust Smart News. Download Smart News for free today.
Introducing hearty inspirations from Nutrisystem. Premium meals with double the protein and 25% more calories, so you feel full and satisfied as you lose weight. It's a science-backed plan featuring new skillet dinners that go from pan to plate in minutes. Delicious meals that fill you up, keep you satisfied, and help you lose weight. Call or go online to get hearty inspirations, plus free shipping.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play.
When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it,
making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-979-0270. That's 1-800-979-0270.
Can the daily recommended servings of fruits and vegetables fit into just 6 capsules? Yes. We start by sourcing the best vine-ripened fruits and vegetables. We ensure they are picked at peak ripeness. All of our produce is third-party tested for pesticides, heavy metals, bad bacteria, and nutrients. They are then washed, cut, and put through an advanced vacuum cold process which removes the water using pressure. This maximizes the nutritional value while preserving the color, smell, and taste of the fruit or vegetable. The freeze-dried food is then ground into a fine powder without adding any additives, fillers, or extracts. These powdered foods are then mixed in our proprietary blends and encapsulated, locking out air and moisture. The capsules are then bottled and shipped directly to our customers. Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code FOXNEWS.
Gutfeld in Nashville. All this week, we're taking over the Music City with the hottest topics, special guests, and the best crowd from the Listening Room Cafe. All this week, don't miss Gutfeld.
Hi there, I'm Bob Eubanks. Hey, if you're over 60 and you've taken a bad fall or your balance isn't what it used to be, well, you can get your independence back with 60 Up.
60 Up is a first-of-its-kind balance building system designed to restore your stability with simple steps that mimic everyday movements. If you're over 60, there's a 1 in 4 chance you'll suffer a crippling fall. You'll regain your mobility, and you'll begin to see the difference in as little as 3 weeks. It's time to reduce your risk of falling with 60 Up. Steps like these, performed on a safe, dynamic platform, actually retrain your sense of balance.
The program is designed to get you off of the board and outside.
Thanks to 60 Up, I can now do things I never thought I would be able to do again.
Building that balance can have an incredible benefit, and they can start enjoying a quality of life that they thought was never going to be possible.
Call now 1-800-219-0786 to get a special introductory offer or go to 60up.com.
All right, now after they helped him get elected and have shamelessly defended him since he took office, Biden is actually attacking the press. Here's what he said prior to his meeting with the Indian Prime Minister. Take a look. This is on Friday.
The Indian press is much better behaved than the American press. I got to watch out. They'll knock one another down. And I think, with your permission, we should not answer questions because they won't ask any questions on point.
And when pressed today on his refusal to take questions from reporters, Circle Pack, Jen Psaki offered this pretty pathetic excuse. Take a look.
As he sat down with Prime Minister Modi last week, the president said that the Indian press is better behaved than the U.S. press, and then he advised him not to take questions. Can you explain why the American president was criticizing U.S. reporters in that setting?
Well, I would note first that he took questions on Friday, and he took questions again today. And I think what he said is that they're not always on point. Now, I know that isn't something that anyone wants to hear in here, but what I think he was conveying is, you know, today he might want to talk about COVID vaccines. Some of the questions were about that. He might want to talk about, and some of the questions are not always about the topic he's talking about in that day.
All right, as he continues hiding from the press, Biden has done only 9 sit-down interviews to date, lagging way behind Trump and Obama at this point in their term. Here with reaction, Fox News contributor Ari Fleischer, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. Okay, Ari, you did this gig before. He took a whopping 4 questions at that big press conference. 4. That's all he took. Then we constantly hear they lashed out at Boris Johnson. Now they're telling the Indian Prime Minister, don't answer questions, don't ask Joe questions. And then he keeps saying over and over, "I'm going to get in trouble if I take." They don't. I get yelled at. They get mad at me and everything, and it's very, very bad for me. Bad.
Yeah, and this followed a year-long campaign in which his strategy was to hide in the basement and essentially take no questions from anybody. The few times he did take questions, he got himself in a lot of hot water. Remember that time he talked to a black journalist and said, "What are you? Are you a junkie?" So when Joe Biden does speak his mind and his mouth get him in a lot of trouble. So I understand the wrangling. There is going to always be a difference between a White House and a press corps about what the topic of the day should be. But ultimately, the White House doesn't get to control the press's questions. And the worst example of this is when the president, right before the July 4th holiday, was asked about Afghanistan and the Taliban's taking over the country at that point. And he said, "I only want to talk about happy things." And the president failed to prepare the nation for what would happen because he only wanted to talk about happy things. There's a real risk to the White House when they stiff-arm the press like this. I get message control, but this is starting to hurt Joe Biden.
You know, by the way, Governor, congratulations on your 5th anniversary. We all took note of it. Congratulations, well deserved. He doesn't want to answer questions. Nobody asks him. It's 2 days of Americans behind enemy lines. Doesn't even talk about it. There's no plan to get them out. He's turned the page. Nobody says a word really about what he caused at the border. He seems to get away with it, and they seem to accept it. That's the strangest part to me.
Yeah. It is the strangest part. The fact is that Joe Biden not only wants to control who gets to ask the question, but according to Jen Psaki, he wants to control the questions they even get to ask. And if it's not on the point that he wants to make, which means the one he's scripted for, then he wants to be a no-show. Sean, vampires see more daylight and sunshine than Joe Biden does when he walks out in front of the press. I've never seen anything like this. And the worst part is the press seems to play along, and I don't know if they're ever going to get fed up with it. Contrast this with Donald Trump, who would stand out there at the helicopter till they had to refuel the darn thing because he just kept taking questions until the press room ran out of donuts, and then they finally all walked off.
Yeah, much to the chagrin of his staff, I can tell you that. Isn't the reality, though, Ari, if we're going to be honest and blunt, and now it's showing up in polls, Joe Biden is not up to this job. He's weak, and he's a frail cognitive mess, and they're controlling him. And I don't even think he's making all the decisions either. That's not a reality that is fully sunk into the country yet, but it's sinking in.
Sean, this is the problem with press control. The White House trying to manipulate the press, as all White Houses do, can actually backfire. Because the fundamental question now is Joe Biden capable of standing up there and really taking it? Can he only do 3 or 4 questions from select reporters chosen ahead of time? Or is there something wrong with Joe Biden that he can't do it and the staff is overtly shielding him from it? This is the problem they're increasingly facing, whether it's his judgment, his age, his potential infirmity, or just the thing that's clouded him for 40 years, bad decision making. It's all adding up to a very unpopular president in every single poll out there now.
Is he up to the job? 30 seconds, Governor Huckabee.
I think we're looking at a remake of the old Charlton Heston movie El Cid. They propped him up on the horse and they rode him to try to keep the spirits up. But the truth is, he expired some time ago. And this is a guy who's not into horses very much, as we all know. Truth is, the only time he's been on one was in front of Walmart when he put a quarter in there last weekend up in Delaware.
It seems like weekend at
Governor,
Bernie's.
there was a Star Trek episode just like that, too. He was the guy in Star Trek.
Weekend at Biden. I don't know. They're propping him up. Thank you both. More Hannity right after this.
If you or a loved one have been exposed to Gramoxone or any pesticide containing the deadly herbicide Paraquat and develop Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to financial compensation. If you worked on or lived near a farm or field with ongoing pesticide treatments and developed Parkinson's, call now. A toll-free hotline has been established for victims and their loved ones to get the justice they deserve. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-917-0593.
My retirement plan with Voya keeps me moving forward, even after paying for this. Love you, sweetheart. They guide me with achievable steps that give me confidence. This is my granddaughter. She's cute like her grandpa. Voya doesn't just help me get to retirement, they're with me all the way through it.
Come on, Grandpa!
Later. Got grandpa things to do.
Grandpas are the best. Well planned, well invested, well protected. Voya, be confident to and through retirement.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
At Doan's, we know one thing and one thing only. Backs. Strained backs from weekend chores to pulled backs doing your favorite hobbies. We even know quarterbacks. Doan's, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available at a store near you.
When knee pain stops you in your tracks and you need relief to keep you moving, introducing CopperFit Ice. The world's first compression sleeve to include the healing sensation of menthol and the energizing properties of CoQ10. These micro-encapsulated ingredients are infused into the compression fabric and are released and absorbed by your movement. The more you move, the more CopperFit Ice delivers.
This is exactly what I'm looking for. I love the menthol aroma. It's very subtle. That menthol aroma feels like it's working.
I love CopperFit because it works. I used to feel my knees starting to talk to me. The knee says it might be ready to want to retire, and I'm going to keep going a long time longer.
Our most advanced copper-infused compression sleeve yet, in a breathable circular knit with more support for all-day comfort and fast recovery and relief of sore muscles and achy joints.
I don't work without it. I rely on it. I'm wearing CopperFit knee sleeves because it works for me, and I need that.
The cooling sensation of menthol and the energizing properties of CoQ10, activated by motion to keep you in motion.
The more I move, it feels better and better. I haven't experienced anything like this.
When you put it on, wow, the compression. It's great to find something that actually works. I haven't felt this good in years. You can't ask for anything better than that.
The all-new CopperFit Ice, the most comfortable, seamless compression sleeve you will ever wear. Guaranteed, or your money back. Get your CopperFit Ice knee sleeve online now at copperfitice.com or call 1-800-701-6862. Order right now and your shipping is free.
You get this one body, you got to take care of it.
If something works, it works, and I want to stick with it. Sometimes you come to the conclusion that you just can't work out as much anymore. But if you find the right support, you can continue, and that's what CopperFit has made me realize.
Experience the new CopperFit Ice motion-activated compression sleeves. Feel the power of CopperFit.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep until about 2 years ago. That's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. I find I've got more energy and focus. They're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. Call or log on right now and try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-322-0404 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Trust United Relaxium Sleep.
I will nominate Judge Clarence Thomas to serve as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
That's when all heck broke loose.
So you'd still like to serve on the Supreme Court?
I'd rather die than withdraw from the process.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, unfortunately for us, that's all the time we have left this evening. As always, thank you for being with us. You make this show possible. And please set your DVR so you never miss an episode. In the meantime, let not your hearts be troubled. Why? Laura Ingraham is standing by, and she has an awesome show always. I think.
Oh, hi. I'm doing my best Joe Biden impersonation, okay?
No, do your best Hannity. Uh-oh.
No. It's about, I'm doing my Joe Biden, like when you walk off and you have to kind of, you have to prod me back.
You do the Biden shuffle.
Yeah,
he
you
walks
have
like
to.
this.
Yeah, you have to prod me back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're on. I'm supposed to speak now? And now I have to say to you, don't let Sean say anything else. That's it for Sean. Take Sean up. Don't let him answer any questions.
Exactly. And
None at all.
Which way do I go?
Yeah,
Wait a second. They told me to ask
go that
Susan
way.
the question. Susan, where's Susan?
All right, Sean. No more questions from you tonight. Thank you. I'm Laura Ingraham, and this is no more questions from him. No more questions from him tonight. See, that's what they do to Biden. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. It's a heinous assault of a female soldier by Afghan refugees on a New Mexico base, and the reaction from the media has been essentially crickets. Tonight, an Ingraham investigation with the Congresswoman demanding answers. Plus, Broadway's biggest night turns into a BLM and vaccine promo ad. And Harry and Meghan release more hot air at a climate conference. Of course, it's Raymond Arroyo. It's all in seen and unseen. But first, the great American sellout. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, they've worked overtime to deny, obscure, and deflect the truth. But Democrats are conspiring with an array of activists and business leaders on plans that are already well underway. Now, more significant than that obscene $3.5 trillion grab bag, these two unofficial policies will weaken and change America forever. Simply stated, this stealth agenda includes maintaining open borders and surrendering to China. The activists think America's evil, that we're living on stolen land, and they want to get as many new Democrat voters in here as quickly as possible. And then there's the donor class, who always love cheap labor, never fans of immigration enforcement. They prefer the free flow of goods and services. And they don't care how it affects any of the little people. They never have. And as for China, the Biden administration's concern for human rights, totally out the window. They're happy to ignore cruel deprivations of basic rights to dissent, worship, a fair trial, etc., so long as the CCP makes some, unenforceable pledge on climate change. Save the planet, but let those Uyghurs die. And with these dupes in the White House, there isn't a top investment bank or multinational in the world that would think of steering money away from China. Why bother? The sad fact is, by the end of Biden's first 2 years in office, America will be home to several million more migrants and hundreds of thousands of refugees. And as we obsess over our diversity and newfound multiculturalism, China will have likely grown a lot more powerful than America, both economically and militarily. Now, don't get deceived when every now and then, for political expediency's sake, the Biden team will take action that seems to run counter to their agenda, like deporting some Haitians. The New York Times will even write about it. But that's all for show.
How many have been released into the U.S.? They're released on conditions, yes. and approximately, I think it's about 10,000 or so, 12,000. Have been released? Yes. And of the 5,000 that are still in process? We will make determinations whether they will be returned to Haiti based on our public health and public interest authorities. So are we talking about a total of 12,000, or could it be even higher? It could be even higher.
I wouldn't buy a car from that guy. He's lying when he says it could be higher. No, Mr. Secretary, it will be higher, exponentially higher. By ditching most all of Trump's effective enforcement tools at the border, the Biden administration sent a message to the world that our border is de facto open. Now, local media in South and Central America is running ads hawking passage for anyone who wants to cross into America. The cost is anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 now, which they can pay off in installments while they're working here illegally. Now, these are economic migrants. They're not legitimate asylum seekers. But there is literally zero deterrence from the Biden administration. In fact, they want this to continue. New voters and cheap labor. It's a win-win for Democrats.
Why didn't you build
forgive me, a wall or a fence to stop them from walking in this flood of people coming across the dam.
It is the policy of this administration. We do not agree with the building of the wall. The law provides that individuals can make a claim for humanitarian relief. That is actually one of our proudest traditions.
Can you believe this guy? He's proud of what they're doing down there on the border. It's disgusting. Then again, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas himself is kind of a smooth-talking corruptocrat who has a long tradition of working overtime for the elites who skirt the rules. And now he oversees a bigger scam at the border.
Some have argued, and there's certainly in the actions that have been taken a reason to argue that the administration is loosening enforcement.
I don't know that that is the framing that I would use. What I would say is we are implementing fairness and justice.
The statistics of your own department show that the flood of people coming illegally across the border has gotten worse under the Biden administration.
So I wouldn't call it a flood.
It's not a flood. I wouldn't frame it that way. Now, China's watching these clowns run America into the ground. They see all this happening. And they must be thinking, how hard can it be to eclipse and dominate another country that loathes itself so much that it doesn't even think it deserves a border, or that U.S. citizenship is a privilege, not a right? No one in the Chinese government is going to lose much sleep over Biden's posture toward the CCP. They know they already control Biden and his family. Never forget, they already helped make Hunter Biden rich. And now they get to toy with John Kerry, who just can't stop showering China with praise over climate change.
If China makes a move and does something positive and constructive, it's important to recognize.